welcome, welcome. See if I can get this thing working. Okay. Who will be the first? Who will be the first? There we go. Depend you. You're the first. Oh yeah. You think so? I'm yours. Oh yeah, I'm trying to get this stupid cloud, always with the cloud bot. Never wants to work. You're just browsing Twitch and getting mad at the streams. Nice. Nice. Okay, let's see here. Can I get Cloudbot in here? Or Streamlabs? Oh no, wait, it's in here, huh? But why is Nightbot not showing up for me though? Not sure there. Okay. Let's see. My sound is on in here. I need to go turn that off. It's really bad. I can hear myself talking in the other room. Stream must be open. Okay. Sorry. That was like super annoying. Ooh. Just send me some buffalo wings. I'm down for that. Send them my way. Hey there, Jackboxer. I did. I went blonde. And I'm pretty met on it, honestly. And so I might be changing it very soon. Away from blondes. I think last night people voted for blue. Hi there, Prince Adam. Thank you. Appreciate that. Hi, Rubber Jam. What's up? There we go. You're glad that I'm back. Thank you. Coolest hair. That sounds like a difficult hairstyle. This drink is not the best. Not the best at all. Gotta finish it though. You commented on my recent tweet. Nice. I thought that one was pretty funny. One part of it that I couldn't show too, and this is what makes it a little funnier, but there was no way for me to show that in the tweet, but his ban happened like 3 weeks ago is when his ban happened, but last night he came in and made the unban request. So like not only was he so upset with that first comment, like he's been so disturbed by it for almost a month now that he felt the need to come back and like make the unban request and leave more transphobic remarks there. So that's like, I feel pretty good about that, you know? Clearly I really got to him. Pretty satisfying. Pretty satisfying. How's the music levels? Too loud or okay? Music's louder than in the past, but seems okay overall. Okay. Yeah. As long as you guys can still hear me, I guess. I don't know. Trying to find the balance. Because I like being able to hear the music too. That way you guys might get to see me dance too, if I get in that mood. Hey there. Big mom swag. What's up? You like Donut Duck? Well, guess what? Donut Duck likes you too. Donut Duck, what are you doing? Donut Duck. Bad Donut Duck. Good boy. He's such a good duck. Not as cute as my doggy though. My Zinny. Can you hear your name, Zinny? Will you come? Zinny. Zinny. Come here, baby. She doesn't want to come. Yeah, no, my dog is my most used emote on here by far. Someone throw down some Zinnies. Maybe she'll come. Zinny, come here. I hear her. She really doesn't like the water, but hi, buddy. Hi. Come here. Did you get your nails clipped today? Oh my gosh. There we go. There we go. She doesn't like the water, but she likes being near me. Don't you? Don't you? She's actually a really good little swimmer. Wait, that's a different dog. What dog is that from? Hype ears? Oh god. There. Say goodbye, Zinny. Bye. Yeah, look. It's you. That's you. Actually, last time I floated the river here, which is a popular thing to do in Boise. Everyone floats the river. It's really fun. And so I brought her along. There's like a couple parts with kind of rapids and stuff, but for the most part it's pretty chill floating the river. So she got to come along, and she was in my friend's boat. Like, she was hanging out with them for a little while instead of my boat. And I was like way across on the other side of the river, you know, probably like, I don't know, 40 feet away or something like that from them. And she decided though that she wanted to like be with me right that moment. I never would have expected this from her though. She like really wanted me right in that moment. She just like leaped off their raft and swam all the way over to my raft to get with me. It was pretty adorable because I never, ever in a million years would have guessed that she would have done that. Because she's like not that big of a fan of water, but she wanted me enough, I guess, that she swam across. It was pretty adorable. At least it doesn't take you 3 hours to blow up your dog. The duck's another story. It did take me a while to blow up that duck. any Italian? I don't know what that means. Yep, she's a she. Everyone wants to call Zinni a guy, though, because she's black, I think. But I put a pink collar on her so people could tell. They still want to call her a guy, though. Wow. This, I don't know what to do with this. Because she exudes a boss-like energy. That's true. She is the boss. There's this like giant wolf dog who's her best friend, because you've seen him on my stream before, and he helped me dye my hair or bleach my hair on the YouTube stream too. He's a close friend of mine, and he has a wolf dog, and they are really good friends, but like Zinni is 100% the boss. She bullies the massive wolf dog around. She like steals the bones from that dog, you know, like whatever. Just bullies her. And she just takes it. Ooh. I have a wedding to go to tomorrow. Going to a wedding. It's gonna be interesting. My former best friend is going to be there. The one who I recently reconnected with. And we are... Who's taking the plunge into marriage? Funny story. She's one of my friends from college. She wasn't in college, but I knew her. Autumn, my friend Autumn, and we met her while we were in college because she worked with her at her job working with disabled kids. And so this girl she's quite a bit older than us, and she was like very, very repressed, incredibly repressed. She was like 30, I believe, when we met her, and still a virgin. She'd never drank. She never gone on dates, like never had done anything. And that's like in large part because she grew up in Detroit, and she was black, and like all her family were like in prison or whatever, and she was basically caring for her, like raising her little brother who's like 5 years younger than her, and like they moved out here basically to get away from it all and everything, you know. So it was like she was just overly cautious, I guess, of like doing anything. Basically, she lived in fear, essentially, of just like trying to, you know, not be like the rest of her family, to do better. And so Autumn and I, though, what we did is we got her out of her comfort zone and doing things. And I had one of my friends had sex with her to take her virginity and stuff. We got her drinking, we got her, you know, going out to clubs with us, having fun, dancing. And so, you know, she is that's whose wedding I'm going to. Kind of funny, because like I'm in a way sort of responsible for it, you know. Like if not for me and Autumn, like I'm pretty sure she would not be getting married, you know. She'd probably still be a virgin, not dating, like just totally like shut off from society. So that's the wedding I'm going to. Yep, I'm back, Dark. Hi there. Shadow to Ludo. Toodle. So oh shit, she's blonde now? Yep, I am. Definitely a blonde now. Oh gosh. Last time I got out of my comfort zone, it took 3 days and a search party to bring me back. Oh yeah, what did you do? How did I get banned? Alright. I get asked this a lot. Let's see here. Oh no, wait, here we go. Sometimes I still feel your touch. When I close my eyes, I do. 'Cause I know if I give I made a video detailing how I got banned and everything that went down, you know, but yeah. So there's that, but the short version, I guess, is I got banned for being trans, you know? Transphobes reporting, because that's how stuff works. I don't know if it's the staff necessarily. I think it's more users, you know? And algorithms to blame. This is how it works with all large tech companies, unfortunately, because it happens all the time to trans people. not just on Twitch. I've been banned off TikTok. My Tinder's permanently banned. I know most trans people I know who, especially attractive ones, they are generally permanently banned off Tinder, and that's because people report them, and these companies, they just let algorithms control their shit basically without human interaction, so things just get auto banned, and they don't care to bother looking into it. So it's an ongoing and constant struggle for trans people online. Yeah, people write the code, sure. And like I'm not excusing it. Like I don't think they wrote it to intentionally be transphobic though. It's just they didn't write it accounting for the level of transphobia there is, you know? It's like, if you're trans, you're gonna get reported more. Like, period. That is gonna happen because you're gonna draw hate from, you know, everything that you'd normally draw hate for, like being a woman or hot tub streaming or whatever it is, you know? And then on top of that, you're also definitely gonna draw huge amounts more hate for being trans. So that is just how it works. So companies need to start doing a better job of accounting for that though. They need to like set the threshold for trans people way higher, basically. Because you're just automatically going to get a bunch just for being trans. Hi, Party House Project. Happy weekends. When I decided to become a trans, I mean, well, it doesn't really work like that. But when there's a lot of stages to that. But okay. Like when I first realized beyond any doubt that I was trans was around 13. That's when I realized I was very, very different from the rest of my peers. And yeah, so when I first told someone was my parents at 14, just didn't go well. And then it wasn't until early on in college with my first serious girlfriend that I had someone support me and actually did fully come out and everything. Sadly, it wasn't until much later that I could actually get through transition though, because I had a lot of struggles and barriers along the way, especially money-wise, not being able to afford hormones or anything like that. Can I make my hair wet? No. That's if I meet all my goals. I do that. Do I think there's only two genders? No. I don't think that. So for 30 subs, I'll make it wet, yeah. I will. I'll dunk. That's when I dunk. Under the water. I submerge myself. I don't, well, yeah, I mean, non-binary isn't something I really, that I really well, it's complicated, because I am almost, I feel like there's different kinds of non-binary too. It's weird. It's all complicated. That's all I know. I don't think anyone actually can understand that stuff unless you are it yourself, right? It's like, I don't really get it. But that doesn't mean that it's not, that people don't feel that way, that it's not real, you know? Just because you don't understand it. Like, I don't fully understand how, you know, computers work or car engines or gravity or whatever, you know, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist, right? Just because you can't, like, understand or fully comprehend something doesn't invalidate it. I mean, if you CPH, I mean, if you want to do 10, I guess I'd do it for 10. If that's like a specific request for 10 subs, sure. I'd do it because I think I look good with wet hair, so I'm down to do it. Or 3,000 bits. Hi there, Silozino. You feel that you can be born with both? Your cousin is all female but was born with a lot of testosterone. Well, what you're talking about is more like intersex. I think if you're talking about that sort of thing, which generally is a subset of trans, but a different thing than like non-binary. Because what you're talking about there is sex, you know? And that's separate from gender identity, you know? regardless of what you're born or what your hormones are or whatever, you can identify totally different. And that's where non-binary and trans and like all those things fall into. So it's all complicated for sure. It's definitely complicated. Computers are black boxes of wizardry. Yeah, they are. Do I sip out of a glass for better flavor? Yeah. I always used to drink out of cans, but I started drinking out of glasses, and like I kind of can't go back now, you know? I kind of can't go back, so yeah. I'm addicted to glasses because it does seem to taste better for whatever reason. Difference between testosterone and estrogen. Boomer spelling. Are you a boomer? Is a single oxygen atom, and it's quite common for women who have excess testosterone and vice versa. It's true. Thinks I'm still learning, no problem, lady. Jigster. Professor and teaching them at Hi Marina. What's up? I'm trying. Aluminum is bad, I think, for you. Yeah. That is something that can happen though. I've heard that aluminum and what is it, Alzheimer's, like in too frequent of like doses, I guess, with food and whatnot. But yeah. That could have just been a book I read. Chuck Palahniuk. It was in one of his books. Aluminum? No, you spelled it correctly, Lady Jigster. When it oxidizes, it is, but it takes a lot. Aluminum oxide is found an antiperspirant in some foods. Yeah, I was, gosh, what was it in the Chuck Palahniuk book I read? It was like, it was from like cooking on aluminum things and that sort of stuff. I don't know how true that is though. I haven't actually looked into it, but it did make me a little warier of aluminum. As far as cooking goes. Because I do use the aluminum in my toaster oven to wrap my tray. It tastes worse out of the can, but you're sipping Natty Light. Ugh. Natty Light, dude. Come on. You can't hate yourself that much, can you? You shouldn't anyways. Unless you're in college. If you're in college, you know, go for it. When I was in the dorms and partying in college and stuff, I drank like plenty of Nat Keystone, Ice, PBR, just what other garbage? Lots of garbage like that. Just the cheapest, grossest, highest alcohol content I can get. Hi there. Is it C sharp? Is that what you're going for? Or is it say sharp band? Glad to see you're not banned anymore. I read your interview on a website some days ago, and I'm sorry there are just so many ignorant, hateful people. You're very down to earth and nice. So never mind the baseless negative comments. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Which article was it? Out of curiosity, because there was like 5 or 6, I think, that came out, and I'm very, very thankful to all those people. Honestly, the unban happened almost immediately. Like, it happened like a day and a half after the most recent article came out by Pink News, and I have to wonder if that had an effect, because I really went hard on them in that article. I pitched the article to him because he'd already written articles about me, like, without me knowing, and then I saw them. Someone made me aware of them, and I saw that there was articles out there about me, and so I contacted him, and I pitched him an article because I was like, hey, you know, good job on what you wrote, but I've got this pitch for you. And he liked it and was down for it, and so he wrote the article. And right after that, I got unbanned, which is maybe coincidence, but I think it definitely could have been a factor, which is pretty cool. It's pretty awesome. It's all about how much you can get and how pissed you can get in the shortest amount of time. Yeah, that is definitely what it was like for me in college. You'll sip 40s, even but only smoke top shelf. By the O, if that makes up for it. I guess. I'm pretty sure he's talking about top shelf weed. Because he said by the O. No one refers to top shelf tobacco by the O. I don't think. If you're talking about ounces, usually you're referring to weed, right? Hi Casper, welcome back. It was in Dexerto. Nice. You know, I did contact, I contacted the guy who wrote the Dexerto article on me too, the Alex something or the other, and he never replied to my email, sadly, because I pitched him an article as well, but never replied. I never contacted Nathan Grayson with a pitch because I was a little too, I don't know, intimidated to do that, I guess. I was like, I can't. It's one thing to pitch to, like, Dexter Toe or Pink News. It was another to try and pitch to Kotaku, you know? So I didn't really try there. He did message me after my unban though. The guy, Nathan, who wrote the Kotaku article and, you know, congratulated me and whatnot, said keep making cool shit, something like that. Because his article definitely started it all, you know? It's what triggered all the other articles to be written. You shouldn't be on. No, don't worry about it, Lady Jigster. Dude, you're definitely fine. Got nothing to worry about. Oh no, my chair. You're a trailblazer on Twitch, yeah. That is true. Happy Pride Month. What does that flag stand for? That's the trans flag. It was totally undeserving. You're more interactive and engaging than other streamers without breaking the rules. Thank you. See, I'm gonna call you C#. But yeah, that gosh, I struggled with my band. Honestly, I really struggled with it. Like, I was pretty much like full on ready to just say fuck it, basically, and take a programming job and just basically never touch anything again. But so many people out there, I feel like, sort of, I felt like I was letting them down, you know, in the trans community in general, to not at least, to not fight it, you know, and so I did, and somehow, some fucking how we won. I just was, it was all very surreal and just difficult for me and everything, because I never expected to get unbanned, for one, and I never expected, like, the amount of support and everything that happened. Like, I never expected news articles. I never expected some of the big names that came out and supported me. Like, all of the stuff, I did not see any of it coming. You know, I was just ready to say fuck it, basically. That I don't want to deal with it anymore, because it's not an easy job, you know? Like, I loved it. I always loved streaming on Twitch and everything, but, like, It's never been easy either. Like, it's emotionally draining. There's a lot about it that is difficult on you mentally. Yeah. And so I've done my best, I guess. And yeah. It's all weird and crazy, and I just I'm glad to be back. Hi there, box cock. You're demisexual yourself? I'm pretty demisexual too. Do my toes get pruny after stream? A bit. Not as much as you'd think, I guess. Programming in a bikini is not quite the same. You tried it once? It's true. Sure, that's true. Understandable, so frustrating. You're strong enough to fight back. Yeah, that's kind of what it came down to, is like I've done all this shit and everything. It's like I'm committed at this point, right? I can't back down now. Right? I gotta keep going. Which is hard. It's a weird thing. It's a weird feeling. Like, to feel like I have things I need to do. I guess people who rely on me in a way, which is good. I think that is what I need. And hey Zenny, oh my gosh, she's coming back. Why is she coming back? Oh my gosh. She wanted to come say hi again. Hi guys. Little Zenny. Bye. Oh my gosh. The thing that bothers me is I tend to worry about what people think of me. I think everyone does that, Lady Jigster, you know? That is most people do that. It's hard. Those are hard feelings to I mean, no one is completely immune to that, right? At best, I mean, shit, I don't even know. Like, in a way, if I'm doing this as my job or my career or something like that, like I do have to like care about what people think about me, and it complicates things. But as far as like real life goes or whatever, I guess, that sort of thing, like I do not give a fuck what people think about me. I used to. I definitely don't give a fuck what like transphobes think about me or haters or any of that stuff. That stuff just fuels me. That makes me feel like I honestly like seeing that stuff, because that gives me a sense of purpose. It's like, all right, I'm rubbing people a certain way here, you know, like I'm upsetting them. I'm doing something right if I'm drawing out this sort of aggression and hate towards me. So it doesn't bother me at all what they say, but it just sort of encourages me, tells me I'm doing something right. But it's all about context and how you choose to view things. There's a lot of factors involved. I mean, I care a lot about what people close to me think of me, you know? Like, what someone I'm dating thinks or whatever, you know, I definitely care what they think about me a lot. It all depends. I think if you're trans though, and you're gonna transition or any of that stuff though, you kind of have to just not give a fuck about a lot of stuff, because you can't make it through without doing that. Like it's gonna be rough. There's a lot of things you have to do that are not easy at all, and you have to throw worrying about what other people think, particularly strangers. You have to throw out what strangers are gonna think, like, quite a bit. You can't make it through otherwise. Puppy just fell on you though, yeah. Tomatoes can't be what they want to be. They see you got to be who you want to be in, so they're just bitter. You're in a better place than them. Yeah, that is actually where a lot of hate stems from. The jealousy. And I posted a tweet too, like, shortly before, you know, I tweeted out a picture of one of my unbanned requests, and it's pretty amusing, and like, they were very clearly like hating and being transphobic towards me because they were attracted to me and didn't realize that for a long time watching me, till, you know, either I'd mentioned it or they looked at the title or tags or profile at some point. And then the transphobia came out, and it's just that's particularly amusing to me. I wonder too how much of my like hardcore transphobia as well is from people having issues with being attracted to me. I'm pretty sure a lot though. Pretty sure a lot. People will get really upset if they're really against trans people and then find themselves attracted to someone who's trans that like really, really fucks with them more than anything could. That's why I get so much hate too, is those feelings will draw out the most amount of hate in people for sure. That's like something they have just a really hard time reconciling with their beliefs, like just trying to work that into their, you know, they're already against trans people, and then like being attracted to, they're like just, they can't deal with that, and so it just draws out massive amounts of hate. Getting to live rent-free in the head of a shit gun is always fun. Yeah, I agree with that. Thing that gets me is that if you like the same sex, you get angry because they don't understand it. Well, they get angry because they are incapable of accepting trans women as women. That's what makes them angry. So many people think that, sadly, still. It's like such a huge thing. It's like, does not make you gay in the slightest. If you're like attracted to a trans woman, that is like not, obviously that is not gay. But people, there's a lot of people who don't necessarily think that way. Living as trans, you rarely get to pick a time and place to face transphobia. They're getting their up and coming in their own lives while you are still here smiling and being appreciated by us, yeah? And a little Australian at time, yeah. How dare you make my earth body feel things not sanctioned by my heavenly book? Must be your fault. Yep, that's like probably a big factor in it too, is like religion and that sort of nonsense that messes with people's beliefs and brains and everything, fucks with them. Sadly. They really like, ugh. You're actually starting to pass and just got a couple shifts bartending is super fun. Nice. That does sound fun. Hi there, Adam. I obviously have voice. Yep. I don't know why people say that. Sometimes I think they're being honest and they're just fucked up and haven't unmuted it, but most of the time I feel like they're just trying to troll, right? As a religious man, you have to go to the Vatican and you have to be a nun. As a man, you have to be a nun. Oh yeah, is that so? that how it works now? This is... I'm so confused. Oh shit. Wow. This is weird. Cause I don't really know how to deal with this. I'm like super clearly shadow banned. I don't really know how to fix that, you know? I don't know what to do about that. Because one, it's tricky to prove, but I'm pretty sure that I could prove it pretty easily, but it's upsetting them. It's definitely upsetting to me. Pretty upset by that. Looks so pretty, by the way. Thank you. Just Alex. He's 69 or born in 69 or lives in likes the 69. Yeah. Nice, JRG. You're joking? You not believe in anything? Yeah. It's gonna take time, sadly, for less hate. The next generation will have an easier time. Younger generations have grown up with friends and fam that are trans, so they're not ignorant. Oh yeah, no, it's absolutely getting better. Absolutely. Things are improving. There is no denying that. That's just... that's how it's always been. That's how it'll always go, you know? Things are constantly improving. Trans is obviously the next battle on the table. Like, finally we've gotten down to trans. Because, you know, trans are obviously lowest on the totem pole of everything, you know? Like, it went, like, black people, and then women, and then, you know, gay people, and then now we're on to trans, basically. The ones who are, like, the least understood and the most shit on, and just generally all that stuff. And, like, finally it's happening, which is awesome. It's finally happening. Things are getting better, which is very cool. They're not, like, completely shit for people anymore. I'm super jealous, actually, of the younger people who are trans and, like, get to actually grow up in this sort of environment compared to, because it's changing so fast. Like, so fast. You just compare to, like, 10 years ago, like, it is crazy how fast things have progressed, you know? that's globalization and the internet age, you know, instead of taking fucking forever like it did before that to get through these, like, these movements and whatnot. It's finally, things are happening fast, which is great. It's awesome. Because they need to, because it's absolutely absurd the amount of shit trans people still have to put up with. Yeah, I know. I mean, I'm no offense to any boomers here, but you know, I'm like, boomers, those fuckers, they need to die off, you know? 'Cause that's the problem. As Doug Stanhope has said, old fucks vote, you know? They got nothing else, so old fucks vote. And they do not like or support trans people, that's for sure. Sadly. So, no, I record all my streams now, Fuzzy Buns. The stream is being recorded. So yeah. A lot of Gen Xers grew up under the careful tutelage of their boomer parents to believe the same things. And far too few managed to break away from that. It's true. Xers can be pretty fucking bad too. Millennials generally aren't, and that's because they grew up with the internet. And that has made a world of difference growing up with the internet for people. Cause fuck, like there's no way I could have even... How can you realize you're trans if you don't have the internet? Like, it's hard. Cause I mean, I had to Google it when I was a kid, you know. I was like, why do I keep thinking of myself as a female? You know, I didn't even know what fucking trans was. You know, I'd never heard of it or anything. I grew up in like a small religious town, all that stuff. Like, how would you even hear of something like that? You know? And thank God for the internet and growing up with that for me, because I don't know what I do. Otherwise, I would have been just totally fucked, because how are you going to know what trans is? When will furries get representation? Just kidding, fuck that. Imagine treating humans with humanity. I know, it's crazy. Crazy thought, isn't it? Just like being kind to people, respecting them. Super crazy. What's even crazier is like just letting people who don't affect you in any way whatsoever live their lives free of hate. Like, isn't that just crazy? To like not just like actively shit on people and try and make them conform to your stupid ass views. Like, people, and that's the problem too, people are fucking dumb. People are dumb. Way too many people are way too stupid. They can't think for themselves. They can't reason or logic those just basic thoughts out, you know? And that's why so many people are as fucked as they are, and why the world is in as shitty of a place as it is. because stupid people are easily manipulated. Sadly, it's the sad truth of reality. That's why evil, rich, powerful fucks get away with as much as they do. Stupid people who buy into the nonsense, the hypocrisy, the lies. They listen to it and they're like, yeah, I'm not gonna look anything up, research it myself, look at math, statistics. I don't understand those. My school didn't teach them. You know? That is the reality that we live in still, sadly. It is getting better, though. It's getting better. Can't argue that. That's what gives me hope. Like, things aren't getting worse. If shit was actively getting worse, I'd be like, alright, this is bad. But I'm an optimist, and, you know, things are getting better. You know, and that's mostly because old people are dying off. So things are getting better. The more old people die, the better things will get. If everyone was a bit smarter, schools did a bit better of a job of actual education, teaching sex ed, teaching math, teaching sciences, more emphasis on those, the world would be a better place much faster. But can't ask for everything all at once, you know? At least they aren't teaching that the world is flat anymore. I mean, some places are still teaching that it was, you know, they're still teaching creationism. In the US, they are. There's still places that teach creationism. The earth is 6,000 years old. Places that still do abstinence-only education, which has been proven over and over again. That does not work. Absolutely does not work. Kids, they just have sex anyways. And then without actual education, they do it unprotected, and it just leads to more STDs and pregnancies. Like, it's just absolute fucking nonsense. But things are getting better. That's the main point there. Shit's still fucked up, and there's a lot of problems. A lot of stupid people who allow those problems to continue, but it is getting better. Your boomer grandpa is better at their stuff than your Gen X dad. World's always evolving. Bans in the past have not been related to freedom of speech issues. That being said, it reminds me of the You Can't Say skit from Whitest Kids You Know. You like the Whitest Kids You Know, Fuzzy Yvonne? I like that I like that sketch too, and oh my god. You know what? Alright. You know what? It might be. Whitest Kids You Know is my favorite sketch comedy group ever. Wait. God, there's two I really like. There's two that are my favorites. Here we go. Let me check the properties right here. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Just a short sketch, but pause the music, show the main display right there. Here we go.
Flag of the United States of America. Thank you very, very much for letting us little kids live here. It really, really was nice of you. You didn't have to do it. And it's really not creepy to have little kids mindlessly recite this anthem every day and pledge their life to a government before they're old enough to really think about what they're saying. This is not a form of brainwashing. This is not a form of brainwashing. This is not a form of brainwashing. This is really the greatest country in the whole world. All the other countries suck. And if this country ever goes to war, as it's often wants to do, I promise to help go and kill all the other countries' kids. God bless Johnson and Johnson. God bless GE. God bless Citigroup. Amen.
Very good, kids. Now come and get your Ritalin.
Good shit. This is my other favorite one.
Hi, I'm Clint Webb, and I'm running for Senate. I have a short cropped haircut, a pretty enough yet accessible looking wife, and a newborn baby that I've dressed in a suit to prove to you that I mean business. For the last 15 years, I've lived my life in such a bland, uncontroversial, and repressed manner that it's almost unnatural. Why? Because I've been preparing to be your representative since I was a child. Most well-adjusted, sane men would be hesitant to take a job where their decisions would so drastically affect the lives of so many. But not me. I possess a sort of sociopathic narcissism that makes me think that I should be in charge of everyone. But all of that needs to start here at home, in this beautiful state that I've grown to love since I moved here 18 months ago. Together, we can piggyback some of our state's legitimate needs onto my unquenchable lust for self-glorification. And that's a promise.
Here's an unflattering picture of my opponent. Here's a quote of his taken out of context.
Oh, and one more thing. I have a dog. I enlisted in the military for the minimum amount of time in a position that would never see combat. Why? Well, because it would help me be your senator. I don't make friends. I make acquaintances. All of my motives are ulterior. I'm self-involved to the point of psychosis. My soul is terrifying. And that's leadership. So this November, let's send Washington a message. And what is that message? Hey, me.
All right. Those are two of my favorites.
And welcome back to Montgomery Hall for the live presidential debates.
There's a lot of great What is Kids You Know sketches, but I like those two. They're more obscure ones. They're not, I mean, obviously, like, gonna grape you in the mouth and all that stuff is great and whatnot, but I love those too. Honest question, Hustla08, do you think trans people really compare to Black Strife? Obviously, yes. If we're talking about, like, are trans people equivalent to Black people 1850? Obviously fucking not. Obviously being a slave, you know, is way fucking worse. But if we're talking about, like, trans people in the modern era compared to black people in the modern era, obviously it compares. You are insane not to think it does. My housemate's boyfriend is a young flat earth creationist. Holy shit. That I cannot deal with that. That's not someone I can. The other thing is a lot of millennials and Gen Z straight men are accepting and have been attracted to trans women. But when around friends, they'll say mean things and joke and try and defend their masculinities. That's changed. I agree with that, Jeffrey. There are a lot of guys out there who would fuck a trans woman, but not date one. I mean, to be fair, though, that is a lot of guys with women in general, though, right? You know? It's a tricky thing, too, to, like, differentiate misogyny from transphobia and, like, just societal expectations from transphobia. It's all fucking complicated, for sure. But yeah, I do agree in general. There, guys definitely will have more of that tendency towards trans women, because I've watched it change when I'm post-op, you know? There's a huge difference now that I'm post-op between, like, amount of guys who want to actually date me, be with me, compared to before, and just fetishizing or wanting to fuck me or whatever. Like, there's like a definite huge change of them. I mean, I think it is more misogynistic in a lot of ways. I mean, it's complicated, but they are more willing now to accept me as a female, for sure, now that I'm post-op. Hi there, Tasha. Welcome. Trevor Moore is a talk show you can watch. Yep. Believe me, Fuzzy Bunnies, that my computer just became self-aware. Oh, believe me, that is on my main playlist, and I listen to it all the time, as well as Bullies. His song, I love his song about bullies, you know? But yeah, no, I'm a huge, don't try and tell me about fucking whitest kids, you know, shit. I'm a huge Trevor Moore and just whitest kids, you know, fan in general. Watched it all many times over. Isn't everyone allowed to feel how they feel? I don't know. In what way? I mean, I think everyone can feel how you feel as long as you don't try and force those feelings on anyone else. Right? I think that's fair. You don't try and be hateful. You don't try and, like, actively screw over anyone who doesn't agree with you. That's fine. You know, just be a decent human being in general. Then you can feel what you feel. It's totally fine. As long as you are willing to go within those parameters. Yep, as long as it doesn't impede on abilities of others to feel the way they do. Exactly, Fuzzy Bun. Hi there, play poker now. Thanks for answering. Blessings on your journey. Thanks, Hustler. Hi, Natasha. Gosh. I'm sorry I had to show those whitest kids, you know, sketches, but damn, I love those. So true. Pledge of Allegiance is bullshit brainwashing. For one, I was one of those kids who never stood during the Pledge of Allegiance, too. I was like, fuck this. Even as a kid. Can't make me stand. Can't make me say it. I've always been that way. No one can tell me what to do. And then, the one on politicians, it is so true. We need, I've said this a long time before, like, we need to stop electing politicians to office. The people we should be electing are scientists, intellectuals, like free thinkers. Those kinds of people need to stop electing politicians. Stop electing these people who have been planning for their political careers their entire life, who have been bred for this, who are like, you know, a dynasty of fucking politicians, you know? Those are the last people we should ever be voting for. Because those people are never going to give a shit about anything that matters or helping you or anything. They're always just going to care about their careers as politicians. That is all. Lighting looks better today. Yeah, I know. I tried. I've been trying to I've been playing with some settings and stuff on my camera. It's super complicated. I'm trying to figure it all out. Since I invested all this money in this fucking camera. I mean, the stream going blurry, I'm pretty sure is, you know, my internet lagging. Standard stuff with my fucking internet. Can't. Doesn't matter that I'm paying for the most expensive internet possible. Can't be stable. Can't be. Hi there. Adam sip. Shit, I need some more drinks. Holy shit. How is this possible? Alright, I need to grab a few more. Be right back. Zenny dog. There we go. Grab some more. Alright, so here's the problem, guys. My exposure has been slaughtered. What do I do? I really don't know what to do. Is this permanent? Is it permanent? Or is this temporary? Because without any doubt, my exposure has been absolutely gutted. What do I do? Like, this has to be intentional, right? Is it permanent? I don't know, but that sucks. I'm pretty upset. I've looked into it a lot. I've been researching it, and it's absolutely clear. I've looked at the stats. I've looked at everything. There's things that are just straight up disabled for me, where I'm no longer getting views from certain methods and everything, and so like it is 100% something that is happening, and I don't know what to do about it, you know? Yeah, no, I'm shadow banned. Tasha, absolutely. I'm 100% shadow banned. Like, I am 100% shadow banned, and I don't know what to do about that, basically. Because if that's forever, then I'm fucked, I guess. You know, I guess I'm done with Twitch. Like, maybe that's Twitch's way of, you know, making me unbanned. But they shadow ban me, you know, so it's like much harder to prove and do all that stuff, and yeah. Holy shit, Tasha. Ooh. That is a really good idea, Tasha. Really good idea. I had not thought of that, but you're right. What if it's my IP, though? What if they shadow ban my IP, you know? Yes, I know that, guys. That's not what it's about. Shadow banning, they don't remove you entirely. That's obviously way too obvious. You know, that's way too obvious. They lower you, though. They push you way down further than you normally would be. You know? They will limit it. They will not show you to as many people. They cut it where you should actually be. Like, they don't, because if they just eliminated it entirely, it's way too obvious and super easy to prove. But if they just cut it way down, it's, you know, that's how it works. Hey Fragulous, yes, I am back. I did, I bleached my hair. A lot of porn accounts on Twitter are shadow banned, yep. It's definitely, it happens all the time on platforms, and I absolutely guarantee you that I am shadow banned on here, and I don't know what to do about that, you know? I know I'm shadow banned on Twitter too. Damn. Yep. They do that, and fuck. It's so glaringly obvious to me that I'm shadow banned here, and I don't know what to do about that, though. It's temporary. I can deal with that. I mean, I guess I don't even know. I guess I just don't stream for a while. I don't really know what the answer is, but like, I am glaringly obvious shadow bans on here, and do I tweet about that? Do I make a big, I mean, they've kind of got me in an awkward position here, right? Because they unbanned me, and I'm trying to be thankful, but they shadow banned me. And so now what do I do with that? Could be your content not resonating with people. It's not that. Like, trust me, I've been doing this long enough that I can tell. My first stream ever, and the hot tubs, I've never ever in my entire time streaming, hot tub streaming, had less than 100 viewers. Never. You know? But up until when I was banned, I would have over 100 within 10 minutes of starting my stream. Every single time. And it has nothing to do with content. I could not say a word and it would be that way. You know, it is absolutely obvious. I look at the stats too. They aren't giving me views from certain categories at all that I used to have views from. Like, it's clear. Very clear that it's happening. Don't stop streaming. They want you to be discouraged. Show them you don't give a fuck. You're still here. Your options don't give in. Huh. Yeah. I don't know. if I'm shadow banned and I can't get it fixed, it doesn't give me, I don't know what options I have. I don't know. It's weird. What do I do? Guess I don't understand it. You can find you everywhere by typing your name in Google. Sure. Of course, JRG. Anyone who's directly searching for me will always be able to find me, obviously. It's always going to be that way on every platform. But they are not going to promote you to new users. They're not going to promote you to new people when you're shadow banned. You'll always, like if you're following someone on Twitter, you'll always see their tweets, all that stuff. But you're not going to, or if you're searching for them on Twitter, you'll see it, whatever. But you're not going to see, you're not going to get tweets from people who are like, who've been liked by someone who you follow or been retweeted by someone who you follow if they're shadow banned. Like that's how it works. It's far more subtle than that, and that's part of it. That's how it works, you know? They don't make it obvious. If it was obvious, it would turn into lawsuits and all these things, you know? But it's subtle, but if anyone who's, I obviously can tell that I'm shadow banned. Like it's not, don't try and argue this on me, guys. Like I know I'm shadow banned on here. Why or exactly how it works or the extent, like the percentages, you know, I can't tell you that. No one can, but it absolutely has happened. Who is they and why would they do it? Hustler, that's Twitch. Obviously. I'm streaming on Twitch, so I'd be the Twitch admins, you know, and why would they do it? And that's because they want to fuck me, but they wanted to eliminate the bad press that they were getting from having me banned. No, I do agree, Tasha. Like, you wouldn't be convinced yet. It could be the algorithm punishing you for the break you took. The Twitch algorithm actually doesn't punish you for a break, but it could be, like, it could be that it's punishing me for the longer ban. Like, you know, if this is a standard thing with long bans and all that, like, and it will like lift over time, I'm fine with that, you know? But if it's like a permanent, if it's a permanent thing, obviously I'm not okay with that. Do stats show how long a person stays on your channel once coming in? Yeah. Sure. Stats show a lot. You have a lot of stats. Yep, even, yeah, I know if you just go look at my Twitch tracker, super obvious. You can look at that. Look at my number of follows. Last night compared to every single stream I've ever had. And the only reason my viewers even got that high was because I was rated multiple times by higher viewers because of my return. They would have been far lower otherwise. And you look at that, every single stream I've ever done has been way, way higher. So, like really, and that's after me coming back with all this hype and press and people supporting me and all these things. Like my numbers should have been higher than ever. They should have been higher than ever. And they've been the lowest they've ever been by far. It's like very, very clear that I'm still being punished. Good night, lady. Thanks for coming by. It's all about brand image. They quietly bury anyone who could potentially hurt their brand. People with ban offense risks. Yeah, I mean, like, I was steadily, like, I was on a very clear upward trajectory on followers. I mean, look at my amount of follows I've had tonight. Every night that I streamed, I would hit 250 on there, right? As long as I streamed like over 4 hours. Look at it right now. Like, that is a massive fucking difference. That was every single night before. Night and day. No comparison. And so, yeah. I was expecting highest views yet, too. That would have made sense. You know, I gained like 1,000 Twitter followers in that time. I gained like a ton of exposure, yet somehow they're lower than they've ever been. Like, clearly something is going on. That subscription was someone on YouTube, apparently. Nair. I mean, I guess fuzzy buns, but that's only because I have so many followers here. It's not. Shit. Yeah. I feel like they're really just trying to get me to quit, right? Because, yeah, it's, I mean, if this is never changing, if I'm just, like, I'm honestly better off streaming on YouTube, though. At least there, I would have the potential to grow, right? If I'm gonna be limited by this forever, I have, like, basically zero potential to actually grow on Twitch. You know, so even though I'd be starting from a lower point, I'd be better off going with YouTube at that point, so. Yeah, I don't know. Hi, Bear Dog. Thanks for coming by. Yeah, I don't know, Fuzzy Buns. It's super, super disappointing to me, though, but, like, obviously I have to keep going here, and if it doesn't change, then, like, I can accept it, I guess, if it's a temporary thing. You know, like, if it's a temporary thing, that's fine. I can deal with that. If it's permanent, though, there's zero future for me on Twitch, and I might as well give up now, you know? There's no point being here, because they're basically just going to limit me forever and make sure I can never have any sort of success or growth or anything. So I don't know which it is, but it saddens me and worries me that it's permanent, I guess. Really worries me. Like, it fucking sucks. I thought I was like out of the water, you know. I had a victory, but of course, that couldn't be the case, right? That would be too fucking convenient and simple. And that couldn't happen, right? This sucks golf balls through hoses. Don't forget in the end you made a positive difference to so many people. Sorry about paying the rent thing. Yeah. It's yeah. Cause you can look at my past broadcast views too. It's the same with my past broadcasts too. I've never had that low of views ever on any of my broadcasts, you know? It's just like, it's super, super obvious. Thank you. Thanks, Fuzzy. The hot tubs category is very limiting. It's not. I heard you. Hot tubs category is great for exposure. Trust me there, from someone who has streamed in every category. I think it's temp and result of the ban. I mean, had bans before though. And this never happened. Every time I came back from a ban, it always resumed right where I'd left off. You know? Nothing had changed. It was very obvious and clear. And now it's very obviously and clearly different. So that's a problem. That is a serious issue to me. So I am fine with it being temporary. But if it's not temporary, I'm essentially just, you know, it's like a slap in the face. And I don't want to be that fucking, that person, you know? Who lets someone just fuck me over and play along and all that. Like, I'm smarter than that. And I know I'm not gonna let that happen. So, it's a hard one for me. That's tricky. You know? I'm very torn. Because them doing this makes me want to just kind of fucking rage and go off. But that's part of the issue too. The lack of fucking clarity. It's like if I just knew an answer, it's fine. You know, if they just told me, oh yeah, no, I'm permanently limited, I'll be like, alright, peace, fuck you, you know? And if they said, alright, it's temporary, I'd be like, alright, that's fine. But the fact that they treat me like a fucking idiot and think I can't tell, I can tell. I'm not stupid. Believe me, I can tell. Numbers are my thing. Patterns are my thing. I will notice that shit 100% immediately. And it's absolutely happening. And I just want to know why, how long. But that's not an answer I can get. True, but not a 17-day ban. You're right, Fuzzy Buns. And that's the only reason that I'm, you know, that I am still streaming here. Like, is the fact that it could be just a part of their algorithm with the longer ban or something. You know, that is just temporary. That isn't just like a specific thing discriminating against me. If it's that though, like, my rage will not be contained. You know? If it's that, I will be going into, I will pay thousands, like at that point, my rage, that happens, if that's the case, my rage will be fucking out of this world. I will be paying thousands of dollars of my own money and savings to get a lawyer just to fucking do whatever I can. You know? At that point, if that's the case. Because that would be scummy as fuck. Right? To try to just unban me. To limit, like, to get rid of their bad press. Just to shadow ban me and, like, that would not sit well with me at all. That sort of action. Because I've been nice. I've been cordial. You know? If it's the algorithm, fine. But if it's not, shit's coming. I will be fucking furious. There's absolutely things a lawyer can do for me. Absolutely there are. Phantom Lord has the whole huge case that's going on in California. Absolutely there are. There's a lot of things a lawyer could do for me. There are so many. Twitch is like just a fucking lawsuit house waiting for someone to go through the problem of breaking it down, because there are so many things that they could be sued over. So many. And me as trans, like, I am in prime position to do a lot of damage to them. Twitch thinks this is the best thing to do. They lose money from her staying permaban and generating negative press. They also lose money if she gets thousands of people hearing her say she was banned for being trans. Yep, that seems, I mean, I won't say 100% yet that it is like what has happened. I'm talking hypotheticals here. I mean, it seems that way, but assuming that it is an algorithmic thing that is going to correct itself. I researched this because I noticed it immediately last night. You know, like, it's something you stream long enough, you notice these things immediately. They're not hard to notice. And that, like, I can't find much information on it. So I really don't know what to do with it. Dude, fuzzy buns, I'm a programmer and that's just silly. Because it's absolutely well known that many large tech companies shadow ban. Like, this isn't guarded knowledge. This isn't secret. You can go to, like, there's a website you can check if you're shadow banned on Twitter. It's like shadowban.eu. There's, like, this is a common practice. Google shadow banning. Almost every large tech company does it. It's not a complicated logic. They'll just, like, one line of code, you know? Odds of showing this tweet, instead of it being, 50%, they make it 5% to a viewer. Like, it is not difficult at all to just lower percentages of views. Like, that is super easy. If you're a programmer, you should know that's super easy coding. The best thing from a brand perspective is to shut her up on Twitch by banning her, but also quietly denying her ability to build a large audience. Most people don't notice when they've been shadow banned, unless they are analytically savvy. You're correct. That is absolutely it. Like, I feel like that's why it's pissing me off, is because I feel like they're trying to act like I'm an idiot who can't notice this shit when I fucking obviously notice it. I have a very analytical mind, and anything with numbers, I will immediately notice that. And, like, what they're doing by limiting my audience is they're limiting the amount of transphobia and hate and stuff I can get, so they can, like, make it seem like, I guess, I won't have as much to talk about with the transphobia and the hate I get on here, because they're just limiting anyone new who isn't a follower or, like, who isn't actively searching for me, like, from finding me. Not everyone, obviously, but they're lowering the odds massively. And so by doing that, they're lowering the odds massively of any sort of, like, hate or transphobia towards me. And so they are, they're just basically fucking my voice. They're limiting my voice. Ability to reach people, to talk to people. That is what they're doing. That's not true, Voltan. It's about civil rights. It's about those sort of things. Like, look at Phantom Lord's lawsuit. Look at that. Like, he won a Twitch case recently that would cause way more transparency and all this, because it's fucked how they treat independent contractors who are basing their entire lives around the platform. And sure, they can write whatever. You can write terms of service that say you're literally our slave. If you click OK, you have to obey our every whim. You have to suck our dicks at midnight every single night. That doesn't mean that just because, like, they can have those terms of service being a complete monopoly on the platforms, that doesn't mean that it's like can't be challenged in court. Obviously, it can still be challenged. That's how things actually progress and get changed, is people challenging shit that is unjust as fuck like that and proving how it's unjust, which would not be a hard thing to do. In my case, it would not be hard to prove how unjust it is. So don't say they would win any suit when they literally just lost one a week and a half, like early July. They lost one. Major one. That is going to have serious repercussions for them. It can happen and it will happen. Just a matter of time. And people who are willing to go through the bullshit. It took Phantom Lord 5 years, you know, to get there. His ban was in 2016. 2016. But he did it. He stuck with it and he fucking won the court case against Twitch, and he's gonna get it. You know, it doesn't matter what their terms of service say. You wanna see the link? If you wanna read, let's see. Wait. I don't have the link to the actual court case, but, oh wait. He references it in that one. It looks like he linked it though. Does he link it in? But yeah. So the question, get it out of your mind. Come into the stream and have fun like you used to, and people come and like to hang with you. It's not. Don't. I appreciate the sentiment, but don't try and patronize me, because that's what you're doing. You're trying to act like I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, when I do. I know what the fuck I'm talking about here. This isn't debatable. This isn't a, you know, if you don't want to believe me, if you want to say I'm that fucking stupid that I can't tell when I've been doing this, then, you know, I don't really know what to say to you. But just don't try and tell me that I'm fucking wrong. I don't understand why they can't make rules that are straight across the whole platform. Trust me, Unforgiven. I don't understand that either. I do not understand that either. Like, fuck. Has to be, everything is so vague with Twitch and other tech companies. Like, this is not exclusive to Twitch. This happens everywhere. It's happened to me on TikTok. I got a live ban there. A ban during my live, and I'm now shadow banned on there, and I get almost no views. It's super obvious to anyone who has an analytical mind at all. You can tell these things very, very clearly. Like, it's like people not believing me is just sort of I don't know how to explain it, but you're basically telling me I'm a fucking idiot because it's something that is just so insanely obvious to me that it's impossible not to see. Like, I don't even know how to explain it besides it's something you know beyond any doubt. Like, you know, like, do you know your dog wants food? When she's like picking up her food bowl and wants the food, like, you're gonna tell me she doesn't want food? No, she just wants you to kick her. That's basically what it's like. Like, it's something that's just so fucking obvious and clear to me. Like, that is how it is. And it's people who obviously are not trans themselves, because if you are a trans content creator, you will encounter this over and over again. It's something that is not uncommon. Like, this happens all the time. These things do. Trans content creators either get banned or they get shadow banned if companies are trying to, like, fool people, basically, trick them into thinking they're not banned so they can't make a big deal over it, but in reality they're basically banned. To be fair, I don't think they were telling you that you were wrong. I think they just want you to have a good time on stream and enjoy the moment. It's fair. I am. Like, I am. I'm legitimately happy. I really am. I'm super happy that I got unbanned. And I'm grateful, and I'm trying. They're trying me a bit more with this algorithm right now, though, and, like, if it's, like I said, if it's temporary, that's one thing. I can deal with that. If it's permanent, though, that's fucked. And I'm not okay with that at all. You get banned by girls, yeah. I know it's not Twitch, but Twitter reserves the right to limit distribution or visibility of content. It's in their TOS, even if they pretend they don't do it. Yeah. That's the problem, though. Is these companies, they all have free reign. These internet-based companies, you know, these tech companies, they write their own terms of service, and they have all that, and they have, like, total free reign over everything. And the problem with that is it's outdated. There's people who rely on these platforms for their livelihoods. You know, like, data employers don't have that sort of, like, they don't have that sort of freedom, as they shouldn't. You shouldn't be able to just actively destroy someone's life, like, on a whim, with no reason. Like, that shouldn't be a thing. Why would that be a thing? Why in society do we need that? That you can just destroy someone's life on a whim with no reason? Like, who is okay with that? The only people who are okay with that are fucking sociopaths. Because if it happened to you, you wouldn't be okay with it. So have a little empathy, and if you actually think about it and realize, like, that's not okay. What if my life was just suddenly completely destroyed? Would you be okay with that? No. No one would. But the fact that that is allowed because of terms of service, because of independent contractors, non-employees, like, that is fucking insane. Fucking insane. You're not trans, but your girlfriend is. You're not wrong. These things do happen to her. Yeah. Absolutely, both on. It's kind of gross how much power they have. It is. It is fucking disgusting. The amount of power they have. The way they get around workers' rights is so messed up. Yeah. It is. Independent contractors is like fucking horseshit. Like, there's some parts of independent contractors that is okay, but I think the parts of independent contractors that aren't, like, if they don't want to pay for healthcare, they don't want to pay for benefits, they don't want to do all that, that's fine. But the part that's not okay is just destroying their lives, eliminating them from their platform. They're like, this isn't just Twitch either. This also heavily applies to, like, there's these wars going on currently between, like, Uber drivers, DoorDash drivers, Grubhub, you know, all the food delivery services, all the ride sharing, like, those are all independent contractors. And, like, if they don't want to pay for shit, they don't want to pay for their health care, they don't want to do all that in exchange for having the freedom to work down hour, that's fine. But what they shouldn't be able to do is just actively fuck them over and destroy their lives with no reason. I mean, like, banning, you know, shadow ban, whatever. Like, any of those things shouldn't be able to do that. I don't know. I don't really know what your conversation is there, Hustler, as far as what you what you want, you know? Let me see. I'm trying to look what yeah, I don't see any comments by you, so I'm not sure what you mean. Similar to that is when sites build themselves up by allowing porn on the platform, then banning it later. That is true. I assume you're talking about, like, Tumblr there. If OnlyFans did that, that would be super fucked. I don't think they will, but holy shit, that would be fucked. Trajectory that Maddie and I had on Tumblr and Patreon was crazy. Was it really? You would have been so rich by now. Fuck. That is fucked, dude. Super fucked. Holy shit, look at my Look at my elbow there. Yeah. Fuck. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do with everything right now. I'm like at a... Should I post on Reddit about this? Ask? I guess. I don't know. Like, what do I do in this situation? I've been trying to deny it. Like, it was super obvious to me last night within the first... I mean... I'm on... Let me just say this. I am on the autism spectrum pretty highly. And when it comes to numbers and patterns, like, I have mounds of math trophies at my parents' house from a kid. Like, I am a mathematical genius. Not trying to brag or anything here. Just a fact. I am in that way, and when it comes to that, I noticed immediately upon logging in on my stream last night, and I kept it in as much as I could, you know? But you know these things. Something if you have a brain like I do, that is, you know, geared in whatever way it's geared towards math and patterns and all that, like, you know immediately. And I've just been trying to figure out, where does that leave me, though? What do I do from here? Because I haven't figured that part out yet. Are you going to keep streaming consistently for the next 2 weeks and see if something changes? Yeah. It's hard, though. That's hard. I guess, I mean, do I have any options beyond that, though? Can I, you know, I think I can prove this very easily, mathematically, and show it and all that, and do I do that? Or do I really wish I just knew if it was a permanent or temporary thing. I wish I knew that, because if it's temporary, fine, I'll deal with it. But permanent, I'm gonna fucking, I have people's attention and all that right now. Right now is the time that I need to make a big stink and fuss over it and all that, you know? I can't wait 2 weeks to do that. People's attention spans are not that long, right? So that's the tricky part right there. I mean, that's the problem though, Fuzzy. Funny is like if I wait and see, then I potentially lose my voice, you know? People aren't gonna care about it as much in several weeks as they do right now. Like, now is the time to do that, and I need to find out. That's why I need to find out if this is, like, if this is a thing that does happen when you've been like banned for a long time. 17 days or whatever it was, and come back. Like, if that's a thing that happens, fine. So plenty of people have done that. I need to go and find out if that has affected them, I guess, because if it hasn't, then that's not just they've been banned thing. That's a me thing at that point. Like, we can look at it and see. So that's, I guess, what I need to do. That is my new goals, is researching that. And if anyone here does want to help me out with that, it would be appreciated, as far as finding other people who've been permanently banned and have their bans lifted, and seeing how that affected them when they came back. Because if it's, a common occurrence and their viewer numbers are lower temporarily, that's fine. I'll deal with that. But if it's a not typical, it's a me thing, that's not okay. And now is the time for me to act. This isn't something I can wait on and see, If I wait and see, no one's gonna give a fuck. It's too late. And I'm worried that that's their plan. It worries me that that is their plan, They're expecting me not to be smart enough to be able to see it immediately, and that I will just fade out. And fuck. I've gone this far, right? Am I gonna stop now? Is that what you guys want? Do you want me to stop now? To just be the fucking fool, play the fool, be the dumb bitch who lets this happen to them? Is that what you want? I don't want to be that person. Two streams is enough for hypothesis. The sample size needs to be bigger to 100% confirm. It's not, Tasha. It's not. It's that isn't how stats work, actually. With sample size, when you have things that are so far outliers from everything, and I have plenty of data points, like, that is enough to 100% confirm it. Statistically, you don't need more. I can 100% confirm it. I will get out, like, if you really want me to get out fucking SPSS and plug in all the form, I can 100% confirm this statistically. It is more than enough. One stream is enough. Guaranteed. The only factor there that needed to be taken out was raids. Those were factors that are in there, but outside of that, like 100% confirmed it, but I have had no raids tonight. So this stream alone can 100% confirm it. Absolutely. And also, Tasha, the only thing, viewers generally not lower than they used to be. Not true. I looked at all the views on the clips, and they are almost the same as to what they were when I was banned 2.5 weeks ago or whatever. Their number of views on their VODs and everything, because my VODs views have plummeted, and all the VOD views in general, they are the same. I looked, you know, if I had the same number of views that I did before, I'd be roughly at about the positions I was before. Like, it really has not changed. Top ones are around the same numbers. You know, it's all about the same. I've been watching it, checking regularly throughout the days. Like you can either believe me or not, I guess. You know, but like I really don't know how to explain it other than like my brain gets it. I can see when it comes to numbers, there are probably very few people in the world that can actually interpret patterns and see them the way that I can. And I'm telling you, this is how it is. This is happening. You know? If you don't want to believe me, fine. I can't blame you. I guess, you know? I won't just blindly believe people without proof either, but I can do it. I will sit down and I will write out mathematical theses, like absolutely proving everything beyond any doubt. Every time I do, I've done this many times in the past though too. Every time I do it, everyone just, you know, they don't understand it or claim ignorant, all that. Like, it's just like it falls on deaf ears. I've done this it's a repeating cycle in my life. Whenever I try and actually get like in-depth mathematically with things, people, they don't believe it because they don't understand it. But all I can say is, like, if you respect me at all, trust me in the slightest, anything as a person, it's not something I'm taking lightly or have thought about slightly. It's not a passing thought. This is a very, very, very big thing to me. That is not something I would say unless I was 100% certain on it. And so, you know, if you, all those things considered, just don't take it as anything else. I'm not an idiot, and I've thought about every angle. I've gone through this has been all my thought. That is, everything has been consumed by this since it happened immediately. Like, it is during my stream last night. This was all that was going through my head. Like, believe me, nothing else has gone through my head except these considerations since I immediately noticed it. And trying to go through every possibility, every fucking calculation. Like, this is how it is. Right. Your presence on Twitch is much loved and needed. No one meaningful wants you to quit when you're doing such a positive service to awareness and thank you, Fuzzy Buns. If you didn't notice though, last night I had typically have way more questions, and trans people, like last night it was almost all people coming in to support me, thank me for being back, all those sorts of things. Just really think about it and look at that compared to what my streams were before. Like, just trying to show you the differences here, and it's the same tonight too. You think about like the amount of people who come in and typically ask me questions and those sorts of things, like, you know, about actual trans issues, all that. You should be able to see a big difference here. Just really try and think back to the streams before. Honestly, think you're shadowbans, because that makes most sense to me, but proving it beyond a doubt is hard. I agree, Tasha. It's like super. That's the problem. Why I haven't said anything yet is because it is a difficult thing. It's tricky to prove. I think I can do it. It's like, where though? I can't do it in 160 characters though on Twitter. You know, like it's I can write a huge paper on it. That's the fucking problem though. That's where they have me in like a fucking death grip, is because sure, I can write a massive fucking analytical mathematical paper proving it beyond any doubt, but one, no one's gonna read it. Two, people who do read it, they're probably not gonna understand it. Three, like it doesn't fit in. Like I'm not famous enough. I don't have enough followers. I don't have any of that shit to force people to read it and comment on it and those sorts of things. Like I'm at that awkward position that is not like just enough to make a difference in some things, but not enough to like make a difference in shit that actually requires like significant amounts of thought and intellect. So it kind of what can I do there? Okay, Trans Barbie. More streams will just remove the other explanations people will put forward. Last stream, lighting was bad or not as good anyway. Whoever is bad mouthing this beautiful woman needs to mind their own business and share space. Thanks, Trans Barbie. Yes, Fuzzy Buns. The last 2 nights of chat have been way more calm and tame now that you mention it. They obviously have very clearly. There's been so much fewer amounts of people who are not followers or fans or whatever coming in here that you should be able to very clearly tell that there's a huge difference. I'm not getting that hate, and like that's fine, I guess, but like that's not fine, because I like the hate. The hate only comes if I'm reaching new people who aren't used to trans people. So if I'm not getting hate, I'm not reaching new crowds. I'm not having any impact. It's all fucking pointless, right? That's why I'm doing this. That's what motivates me. That's what drives me. That's what I like. Is like, if I'm getting hate, that means I'm reaching new people that don't typically see trans people, that don't have experience with trans people. And so if I'm doing that, that means, you know, just because I'm getting hate, there's also a lot out there who I am reaching and having an impact on, be they lurkers or become supporters or whatever. It just means I'm reaching new people. So if I'm not getting, like, you know, steady streams of hate in the amounts I was, it's very obvious that things have changed. And, you know, they've limited me. Today, the stream resolution is chopping and changing. That doesn't explain the drop numbers totally. It's trust me, Tasha. I've had bad internet connections before, all those things. Just believe me when I'm telling you, this is a thing. You know, this is a thing. I can tell. Like, I literally, within the first 10 minutes, every stream, in my past several weeks of streaming before I quit, I had over 100 viewers immediately. Within 10 minutes, I would top 100. I watched it steadily increase up to that point. Like, just trust me. I could have sat there fucking not doing a thing. I could have had a blank screen, guarantee you, and I would have hit over 100 every single night. Without a doubt. There should be nothing more than you need than that. Almost feels weird without the controversy. Let me see if Nightbot still knows. Why didn't he actually put out the... He's got access to him, right? Wait, does he? He doesn't. Shut. Yeah, no, he doesn't have access to those. Because only tier 3 subscribers have access to that. So how do I... Yeah, I don't know what I can do there. He never would have had access to that there, right? People will point to that stuff as a counter argument. Wait, Nightbot is still a tier 3 subscriber? Is he? Well, he should be able to post those things then, right? Shouldn't he? Let me see how it works for me. Yeah, there we go. That's, hi there. Dodger. Like, just look up our chat for a moment. Look up our chat all the way up and look how many are subscribers. Like, just look at how many people in chat are fucking subscribers. Look up there. And you really want to tell me that is normal? Really want to tell me that is normal? It's every chat's from a subscriber. Like, that is not... I will post... It's all gonna be like, it's a huge... It's like I can prove it, everything, but it's like, how do I prove things in a way that is most digestible to the average person for them to understand, you know? This sort of thing, that is a different thing altogether. Trying to break math down for a layman and make them understand statistics and how math actually works. Sorry, I should have put all that in one message. It would have made more sense. Thanks, Tasha. I mean, I'm glad you believe me, at least. Because, yeah. If I can't even convince people here, you know, it's like, they win, right? It's like, what hope do I have then? If, like, my mods and supporters and stuff don't even actually believe me, then it's like, wow, they really got me and they won, right? They win. If I can't even do that, literally, they win. It's not true, Fuzzy Buns. Twitch doesn't reward streamers with a daily consistency. Again, it's something I can just tell you from experience. Not just for myself, but my account was created in 2011. Like, just trust me here. I can't explain to you how my brain works with those sort of things, but like, just try and trust me here. That I'm not just talking about me either. I've watched thousands and thousands of hours of streams on Twitch for over a decade. And like, I understand how this works. And I can notice when it's different. It's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. I agree, Tasha, because let me see, it's one thing I can definitely pull up that is undeniable. Let me go here. I can show it to you now. There's parts that are very maybe. Thanks, Trans Barbie. Hi. Okay, what's here? Wait. Stream. It's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Okay. Alright, I'm just trying to get this. Thank you. Guy Incognito. Thank you. Okay. Huh. I'm really... really trying not to be, okay. Let's see. Alright, I'll pull up some stuff right here. We can just, okay. Okay. Here we go. I'll show something. At least that is like not debatable. So right here, we've got this was my final stream that I was banned during short stream. So right here, we've got this. Here's from Twitch. Look at other recommendations. Right here. Other recommendations. Then you go over. Look. So that was a large percentage of my views. 0. I mean, you can look, the views went in general. Like beyond that though, just it went from a large amount of views to 0. Because you can go here. Again, this was a much shorter stream too. If you go to my better streams and whatnot too, and compare. You've got other recommendations, large, like every stream, other recommendations. Look, every single time it's a large percentage. It's always number 2. Never is it not number 2. Alright, there's number 3. It's always close. It's always number 2 or number 3. And you compare that to here, 0. Literally 0 on here. Not a single percent. So that has been completely eliminated. Thousands of views there per night, because that amounts to thousands, right? Like literally 20% of 9,500. Almost 2,000 there views. And that's just the directly provable stuff. Like, that is 100% provable. You can see that, like, without a doubt. Every single one. It's obvious change. That's discounting the fact that, you know, if you just disregard everything else, you can see those thousands of views have been eliminated from all these. So, obviously, if we look deeper too, we can see other numbers have decreased as well, but we're just talking about like the 100% no debating, provable every single stream. Those numbers have been high. They are now gone. So there is that. Okay. Sorry, guys. It's not super down. It's eliminated. It does not exist anymore. And that is... Do I know what other recommendations refers to? I assume it's like when someone's on someone's page. I'm pretty sure it's when someone's on someone's page and it's like other recommendations of streamers to click on if they're not online. It shows those, which is a big thing. Also, you can look at, there's other things too. Laney, shit. Thank you, Laney. I appreciate the support. Laney. Thank you, Laney. Appreciate that. Oh, I didn't. Oh, Extreme Boy, you're here, dude. You're one of my founders, Extreme Boy. So, and I did not. I will. James Kremlin, let me go up. Okay, shit. I'm sorry. You have a friend who's looking to undergo bottom surgery. As a cis man, how can I support her through this part of her transition? I mean, the same way you support her through any other part of her transition. I had, for my bottom surgery, alright, this is kind of a funny story, but I was, no, Extreme Boy, you weren't, you were like 4th or 5th, but yeah, we're talking about my shadow ban now, since I had, up until my ban was lifted, I had way more viewers than I do currently. But alright, so funny story about my bottom surgery. They told me when I scheduled it that I didn't need anyone there. That I was good. I could just come up, have the surgery, all that. And then I scheduled it, and I scheduled it 3 weeks before. And then they told me, we just changed our policy. Now you have to have someone with you as a caretaker who's there present, like signs, forms, everything, in order for you to have this surgery. They have to be willing to commit to being your caretaker for at least a week. Guy Incognito. Thank you. Holy shit, alright, we'll go again. Thank you. Alright, maybe I should just dance. Crank up the music and dance. Dance. Alright. Thank you. Thank you guys. But yes. Oh my gosh. You triggered a hype train? 43 Nice. Thanks, Extreme Boy. I've known Extreme Boy a long time. It's funny. You probably haven't caught all the controversy that's surrounded me, Extreme Boy. Thanks, Fuzzy Bones. But yeah, I had like a lot of news articles and all that, and now I'm shadow banned. All these things. Thank you, Extreme Boy. Let's go with green. Green. Yeah. Stream Boy. Have you talked to Matt at all, Stream Boy? Since I invited you to this channel. Oh, thank you, Guy Incognito and Fuzzy Buns. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks to Amazon Prime, yeah. Okay, guys. So, they tell me at my bottom surgery that I have 3 weeks to find someone who's willing to come up to Washington with me for it, like, over a week to be my caretaker. I asked my mom, she said no. I asked my aunt that I'm close with, she said no. And so I was like, alright, I guess I'm gonna go with Craigslist. And that's what I told my friends when we were hanging out and stuff. He was like, yeah, I'm just gonna go with Craigslist, you know? I wasn't gonna ask anyone else besides that. And one of my friends, who is like very conservative, Republican and all that, you know, and I helped him out a lot in college though. And he was like, I'll do it. I don't want you to get like murdered or anything like that on Craigslist and all that. He's like, I'll do it. So he came up with me, flew to Washington, you know, took care of me, like was amazing and everything. But yeah, he it was super sweet, and I don't know what I would have done without him. I would have been pretty screwed because I'm not willing to ask for help or do any of that with anyone I know. And you know, he volunteered to like take time, like a long time out of his life, time off work, everything, come up there, take care of me after my surgery. Just pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Wait, Matt removed you from his friends list after a week of ad. Wait, what friends list? What friends list? 'Cause damn. Fucking Matt. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed that story about me and my conservative Republican friend who took care of me for my surgery because I had no one else. And that's why I'm also I really don't judge, you know? And I guess I just asked for that same sort of respect in exchange, because I don't care about your beliefs or any of that stuff, you know, as long as you're a decent person. And obviously Tim was a decent person and still is. He cared more about me and my well-being than like any sort of political nonsense, right? In Discord. Okay, Extreme Boy. You're always shocked to see acts of compassion from conservatives. I mean, maybe. I'm not. I try really hard not to judge upon like political lines. I really do. But I was shocked in general just by anyone giving a fuck enough about me, basically, to do that, because that's why I never asked any of my friends or anything. I asked the two family members that I was close with, who both said no, and so I was just like, alright, I'm not gonna ask anyone else who they won't do it for me despite having nothing going on. You know, my mom doesn't work or anything, you know, totally capable. They're not gonna do it then. But pretty awesome. Pretty awesome of him to do that. Because, like, he really was amazing. Because we're talking like almost 2 weeks of us in a tiny hotel room together with him taking care of me. basically, you know, because I was fucked up after that surgery and everything. Like, we didn't have a car there, and he walked every way, like, to the hospital and back to the hotel and everything, which was several miles, you know, no problem. He did that always, like, was there for every to check on me and everything, like. And then once I got out, you know, did everything more than I could possibly have ever expected from anyone. Super sweet. From a guy who I don't want this to, like, be interpreted as romantic or anything like this. He is 100% just a friend. He had a girlfriend at the time who actually got a little upset over us sleeping in the same bed at one point, even though it was just, like, a convenience thing, but still, like, 100% just a friend, you know, and just was there for me. And I think that's awesome. I wish I had more friends like that. And I also wish more people understood true friendship as well, because I feel like I do. But I feel like most people don't. They want to always assume some kind of ulterior motives or those sort of things, right? They want to do that, like, be like, oh, he just wants to fuck you or whatever, you know, that sort of shit, rather than just recognizing actual friendship. So important to see everyone as humans first. That's right, Tasha. It is. More people need to do that. Except if you vote conservative, you vote to stop teens from having access to trans-related healthcare. But yeah. It's true. But that's a hard issue. Just because people aren't necessarily thinking about that when they're voting. Like, everyone has their priorities, right? You know, for me, obviously, trans is high up. It has to be high up on my priority list, but you can't really fault people for not everyone having trans high up on their priority list, right? They're more concerned about other things, and that's, like, not a... It's complicated, right? It's complicated, to say the least. All that shit is. Hi there, Task Meinster. Thanks. Bye, Streamboy. Thanks for coming by. Don't have Republicans in Australia. You just use conservative as a general term for people who are right-wing on social issues. Yeah, no, that is definitely a thing. Hi there. Problem 5. That's it. Task is fine. Okay. Good to know. Hi there, Task. Well, it's more like human rights / civil rights should be high up there as far as the characterization that type of voting issue goes, I mean, I'm with you. I'm with you there, Lilith. Like, fuck. Fuck, I agree. Like, I feel lots of people feel certain ways on, like, financial, monetary issues, all those sorts of things. I do too, but it's like, when it comes down to it, you should care more about, like, basic human rights than anything. That should trump everything. If you're like an empathetic, decent human being, it should 100%, but just because it doesn't for everyone doesn't mean you should just write them off or consider them lost causes or to ignore them or whatever. Like, that doesn't solve anything. The only thing that solves things is, like, you being the bigger person. Sometimes you have to be the bigger, better person in situations, whether you're right or wrong, doesn't matter. If you want to actually have an impact on the world, like to actually do those sorts of things, you know? And I definitely have seen that happen time and time again in my own life, with my patients, with friends, with those sort of interactions that have turned very positive for me and for them, that have taught them things that have changed their lives, changed my lives in the case of Tim, you know, because I didn't write someone off because they are a conservative or didn't immediately believe everything that I did, and, you know, they challenged me and they, you know, argued with me on shit and all those sorts of things. Like, I didn't I chose to be patient and not to up my own ass with my opinions, you know. And I feel like that's what a lot of people do on either side. They're very, very hypocritical, you know, either side. This is not a conservative thing. This is, you know, definitely happens with liberals too, where fanaticism in any form is unhealthy. It is. Fanaticism is always bad. Okay. It's more like human rights / civil rights that should be high up there as far as the characterization of that type of voting issues goes. Sure, I mean, I agree. Climate policy greater than progressive economics, greater than progressive on social issues, greater than everything else. Yeah. Climate is obviously a huge thing. It's all a mess. Let's be real, it's all a fucking mess. There's a lot of shit that needs solved, right? No easy solution. How many cigarettes do I smoke? I don't smoke. I quit smoking several years ago. Haven't smoked a single puff since. Best decision I ever made. What are we talking about? I mean, I guess we're talking about politics, how people feel. I feel like on this issue that people should just be happy that another person is happy with who they are. That's all. That is like so vague and such an I mean, I don't agree with that at all. So like, I mean, basically that's saying like, oh, if you have someone who, you know, if you're a trans woman, you have a husband who loves you, it's okay that you're constantly discriminated against. Or whatever. Like, that is obviously not okay. Just because you have some people who support you doesn't discount all the discrimination. That's not how it works. Not how it works. Thank you, Epolite. Thanks. You envy my voice? Thank you. Appreciate that. Congrats on quitting smoking, I know. Pretty awesome. I smoked a lot too. But I quit. You know what the biggest deterrent for me from quitting was smoking? Was everyone saying how hard it was. Everyone was always like, oh, quitting smoking is so hard. All that. And I was like, oh, fuck. I need to smoke all the time. It's going to be so hard to even try, right? I made the decision, alright. I'm gonna do this. Did it. No problem. Fucking easy. Never have looked back. I don't think it was hard. I think you just need a decent level of willpower, desire, those sorts of things. Like, you compare that to trans or like any of the other shit I had to deal with, that is fucking nothing. Piece of cake. Like, what pissed me off about it was the fact that I waited so long to do it. I was like, why did I wait so long? This was so easy. So fucking easy to quit. All these people talking about it. You don't know. You've done around 2 months of voice therapy. On good days, you're close to where you want to be in. That's good, I guess, right? I didn't do any voice therapy. I did all self-taught. I totally engrossed myself. I went from 0 to 100 or whatever. Where am I now? In about a month. I practiced 12 hours every single day. That was what consumed my entire life. And then I got there. I didn't even realize I was doing it. I just committed so hard, and then it took recordings of myself to even realize that I'd gotten there. And I I'd done it. I'd achieved the goals that I wanted to achieve, and that was, it was a huge deal for me, because voice was what held me back for like over a decade. Like, I could always pass by looks, no problem, and I could never pass by voice. It took forever and ever for me to even have the courage to practice my voice. Like, I couldn't even, I had so much dysphoria, I could not even practice my voice while alone, because I just was so in my own head with anxiety and everything. I could not do it. And I always would pass female until I spoke. So I never spoke, because as soon as I did, that would mean the end. You know, people would know I'm obviously trans and everything. So I was an obviously trans person for years and years. But I got through it by just fucking buckling down, really, and committing to it absolutely, and saying to myself, you know, this is time. I've gotta fucking do this. I have no choice. Get through this, or my life's just gonna suck forever, right? It's time for my shit to stop sucking. And so I did it, and it was life-changing being able to have a female-sounding voice, to pass as female finally, to do all those things, like, life-changing. Worked on so much social anxiety and helped me so much. Like, I didn't have to worry about those sorts of things that I'd been constantly worrying about before. Like, it was amazing. So notice a few of them attack me. Wait, they attacked you? Ebolite, really? When you have a point to prove, your willpower is on steroids. You're like that too? Are you really, Tasha? Yeah, no, that is totally me. When I've got like a axe to grind, or whatever the saying may be, you know? Nothing will stop me. Give a fuck. You got your therapy for like 95% free to help, but your voice, oh my god, you can kind of pass if you do your makeup nowadays, 9 months on you. That's good, but like, really, people underestimate voice, but voice is like, I consider voice to be a bigger factor with passing than looks do. Because no matter what I did, I mean, I looked not dissimilar to what I look now, you know, really, and like, I could never pass because of my voice. If you sound like a male, regardless of how you look, like, you're not gonna pass. But if you sound like a female, like, if you have a good voice, you will pass, because there's tons. You look at like some of the butch lesbians out there and everything, like, no one really ever mistakes them for male. Like, you know, the moment they speak like they're female. If you have a good female voice, you will always pass. It is more important than looks. I will stand by that. Like, voice is more important than looks. If you have a good voice, like you've worked on it a lot, like people say in their heads or whatever, like, oh, just even if you look fucking horrible, no offense to you, like they'll be like, oh, she's just like a really masculine looking girl, you know, like if you sound female, people, that is where the gender will come from. It's so important to being gendered, and like it sucks or whatever, but that is the reality of the world we live in. I'm just trying to inform you on it, where voice is going to have a much larger impact on your life than looks ever will. You considered starting smoking and then quitting to show your smoker friends it's not impossible. As arrogant as that sounds, that is super arrogant. Tasha, that is super cocky. But you know what? I respect that. That sounds like some shit I would do. We do have a lot of similarities, yeah. That sounds like some shit I would do. Wait, did you vocal train to where you are? Yeah, no, I just vocal trained to where I am. I mean, you can view it. I did post a video of me using my masculine voice. It was super requested. I did it on TikTok initially, and so yes, there's video out there of me using my masculine voice, and I had to practice to get to my masculine voice again, but I did it for the video, and yes, it was, I did all self-train. I never had any voice lessons or anything like that. I just practiced by myself. I read like a short Reddit thread on general advice, like just a little bullet point list, and that's all I used to get my voice to where it's at now, which I'm very happy with and very confident in. I've had enough reassurance at this point that like I've seen it over and over again, like the night and day change from my voice, where it went from me like constantly being misgendered, like no matter how I look, to never once since I put in the voice work, not once has anyone in real life called me male. Not once. You know, it completely changed my life. No one has thought I was male since putting in the work on my voice. Part of my junior year, glad you found your strength. Thanks, Epolite. I can so relate to the voice part. The positive feedback from my friends after altering my voice was so empowering, yeah. I actually had kind of negative. It's so dumb, but I've always been friends with, like, I grew up in Idaho. Like, I live in Idaho still. I grew up in Idaho. So all my friends have always been so conservative, you know? And they gave me negative feedback on it too, but I didn't let that stop me. They weren't like super negative or anything. They just were like very like, oh, I thought you when I did change my voice, because it's hard. Fuck, that is a hard process to, like, when you know everyone and everything, they're used to you sounding male, and you go in and you just start use a different voice. They're obviously gonna fucking notice, and people's reactions are interesting, to say the least, you know? There's only one person who acknowledged it, and that was my best friend at the time, the person I'm going to see tomorrow at the wedding that I'm going to, who was my best friend. Maybe still is. I don't know. She probably considers me her best friend. It's been a while. We're reconnecting and all that, but anyways, like, she's the only one who actually said anything about my voice and called it out and was like, oh my god, you sound so, what is going on, you know? Everyone else just awkwardly ignored the change, I guess, right? Because I was doing it in front of them, but she's the only one who actually had the guts, I guess, to call it out on me, and I appreciate that greatly from her. I'm like so glad that she actually called it out, because it was so much more awkward when people didn't even acknowledge it, you know, and just like I could see in their eyes the confusion, but they just never say anything. I mean, it's way easier when someone acknowledges it, I guess. Oh, it's all a weird thing. It's all fucking tricky. It's so hard to. There's so many barriers and stuff like that to transition that are just fucking tricky and hard, you know? Well, I gotta admit, for me, the single most empowering thing was my doctor discreetly suggesting to me to buy a bra. I mean, I don't know about that. Bras are bad. I don't wear bras ever. I'll wear sports bras when I have to for like training. Other than that, I'll wear sort of pasties and stuff, because they will make your boobs sag more. Decrease, by having support there, they'll decrease your muscle strength and cause your boobs to sag more. So, you know, no bras. Pasties. I've got like reusable, they're just like skin colored, feel like silicone. Like, you put them on, you can put them on whenever. It's super easy. Better than using a bra. They'll prevent your nipples from sticking out through your clothes, basically, though, and I'm sold on those. I'm never using bras again, because they'll just make your boobs sag long term. And bras suck. They're uncomfortable. Bullshit. Fuck that. We're all, hey, Sir Woman Respecter. And yes. Wait, where'd it go? Holy shit, I'm trying to. Wow, I'm trying to go up here. Yes, JRG, that was my highest viewed TikTok. Things, Sir Roman Spectre. Nope, I call people dude all the time. People call me dude all the time. You know what? I was at my boyfriend, the one, those of you are familiar with me, the one who left in mid-June. His name was Seth, and my boyfriend, and moved away. He always called me man. Like, I don't know about that, man. Like, I was initially a little concerned or offended by it, but some people just do that. I've never been offended by dude, but like, someone called me man, like, initially concerned me a little, but I realized quickly it was just like his way of speaking, you know? He just called people man. It wasn't, definitely was not like him thinking of me as a man, so it's all about context, right? Oh, Laura, that would make me uncomfy to do. I've done the Dr. Top before, and it bothers me so much. You've been thinking about, wait, your vocal dysphoria a lot lately, especially considering how long I've worked on it and how hard I feel I have, but cry about it so often. It's been a lot lately, and your voice is similar to what I've been aiming for, and just I'm sorry, Ashen. My recommendation in general with that though would be like, it's like if you are really committed and it's really important to you, like drop everything, commit to it. Do it. I did it 12 hours a day. No joke. Constantly talking to myself, saying things over and over, recording yourself, listening to it, you know, playing it back, like fixing it, correcting it, trying to hear those things, asking for feedback from your friends on things, like just constant within your life. And I can almost guarantee you it will improve. If you're willing to commit at that sort of level, you will get there. Because I always doubted myself because I'm horrible at voices. I cannot do impressions. It's always been like I'm on the autism spectrum. Like, this shit is horrible for me. It's been far from my strengths. Like, none of it is good for me, but I fucking did it. And I'm very happy with where I'm at. No one can convince me otherwise. I have that confidence, and that is because I put in an insane amount of work. And I really do believe anyone can do that. If you really, really are willing to work at it that hard. As hard as I did. If anyone worked at it as hard as I did in like showed me that and they didn't get there, I would be shocked, because I have zero talent for it. Zero talent. It is like furthest from my capabilities, you know, and I did it despite that. So I really believe anyone can do it if you are willing to just fucking grind the fuck out of it. To make your life miserable just for a month. Like, if you're willing to just, like, say, fuck my life, everything's gonna suck, I'm gonna do nothing fun, all I'm gonna do is practice my voice for a month straight, you will get there. You really will. You will get there. It sucks, but oh my god, is it worth it. Like, the life-changing effect that had on me was insane. Like, life-changing. What that did for me, but it was not easy. You have to be willing to commit at that level, though. Not just an occasional practice. Not just, I'm gonna go to voice therapy lessons once a week and practice for an hour. You know, like, you have to be willing to just say, this is my life. Voice practice. And go with it. You will get there. It sucks. It's not easy, but I highly recommend it. If it's something that you're dysphoric about, that has been causing you issues in your day-to-day life, like it was for me, like, you have to do it. Something you have to do. What did you say you wore instead of bras? And for sure, I don't wear anything. I'll put some, like, nipple blocker pieces, basically. Got them over here, I can show them. I wear those just to block nipples if I'm wearing white colored stuff. Basically, I don't need them if I'm wearing darker clothes like these. I don't need them. If I'm wearing, like, white stuff, though, and whatnot, I need them, because otherwise my nipples just stick right there, you know? You get that, you feel EPO, and you also really appreciate that. I like your voice, but I totally get that. Also, should I be worried about the top range? You're getting a tracheal shave soon. I've heard that. I don't know, even 1 second. Oh my gosh. I have to pee so bad. And I will change bikinis here too. But I have to pee so bad. Okay, just going for it. says 6 now. Whatever. That was definitely my internet being an asshole. This has happened before. Not the first occurrence of my internet being a dick. Alright, so let me try and catch up here. Things that were said. But I do like your voice, but I totally get that. You're gonna get a tracheal shave soon, and you've heard that happening again. Tracheal shave should not change anything. Should not affect anything. You had a vocal trainer briefly to try things, and they told me you were the most advanced student. You still just ugh. Hi there, Doofy. Having what? An Adam's apple? Yeah, I'm really good at hiding it. I've treacle shave. Yeah, that's good, but maybe I should have some other girls. And voice is life-changing for sure. It's helped a lot, and you're right. It needs to be consistent, and I do need to practice more. It is. It's really... Voice is... Voice is largely about muscle memory. And in order for muscle memory to develop, it's about consistency there. You have to fully commit for muscle memory to actually develop. Let's see. Officer Doofy here. Your name, 11-year-old reference to Scary Movie. Yes. I love that. I love that movie, by the way. Scary Movie. Anna Faris. Wayans Brothers. Officer Doofy's spoof on Usual Suspects. Kevin Spacey. Good shit. Your dog is chilling next to you. Nice. Okay. What do I think is causing my internet cutouts? Fucking garbage providers here. Get to abuse me. Assholes. Total assholes. Hi Zergs, welcome back. Yes, I died. Back from the dead. Yes, of course I'm connected via Ethernet with streaming. It's my internet cutting out. It happens. Over and over and over again. Nothing really I can do about it because the other internet provider here, there's 2 internet providers to choose from, and the other one is notoriously, like, horrible with connection status, so I'm taking the lesser of 2 evils, but still fucking garbage, and there's no competitor beyond there, you know? Just taking the less shitty of 2 shitty options. Paying as much as I possibly can for the highest quality possible, but there's nothing else I can do, right? how long it took for hormonal effects to finalize. Well, I've only been on hormones for about 2 years, and it's definitely, from what I've been told, there's still more effects to come. That a lot of effects will still come at like 3 and 4 year marks. After 4 years, it's definitely all done, but the 3 and 4 year mark, there's still possibilities, like more in the ass and maybe face and those kind of shapes, but yeah, we'll see, I guess, because I really have not been on hormones that long. It'll be about 5 years before things pretty much all settle. Yeah. I'm also post-op, so it should make things happen faster, considering I have 0 testosterone in my body now at this point. Hi, Yahweh. I didn't know you were here. I was talking earlier about the fact that I am shadow banned, you know? Clearly. He pretty irregular cutouts and made a list of the dates and times of the cutouts. They tried so hard to tell us our router was the problem. Sent a technician, repaired a copper wire, and we didn't get another cutout the whole time. Fuck. Yeah, no. I definitely need to do that. Like, it's a downstream problem. I had it before. It used to be horrible. And they fixed it eventually, and it was good. But now it's happening again. Because for a long time there, it was almost impossible for me to have a stable connection. And I complained about it enough where they like looked into it and they're like, oh yeah, got like a downstream problem here, and they had to like repair a wire basically that was a little bit upstream for me, I guess, you know, and that fixed it. And so probably about that time again to just, I hate doing it though, but I just need to bitch enough and loud enough to make them actually listen. Annoying. I hate doing that. So not my personality type, but you know, if I have to, I guess that's what I gotta do, because this shit is super annoying. They need to have the amount I'm paying. They need to have it stable. You're hoping for more growth in places. Your face was the first to change. Thanks for the info. I mean, I don't know how long you're into it, but yeah, you can definitely, from what I've heard, you can expect some kinds of effects up to 4 years. After 4 years, definitely nothing, but up until then, you can expect some changes. You hate how ISP customer service always assume you're completely stupid, and I'm able to do basic troubleshooting. Yes, you've tried to start. Yeah, I know they do. I also, it sucks. I have an issue because I've been with this ISP like forever now. Since I've been in Boise, I've had this ISP, and they have this, I had to get up their asses about it because for a while they were not letting me change anything or whatnot because I couldn't prove that I was the person who no longer exists. Like my previous male identity And like, I got up, I'm like, I'm fucking trans. That person literally does not exist. Like, I had to like get all up in their shit about it because they were not letting me change that, even though I had like changed everything online and I had stated, you know, like added, everything was changed that was possible, and I talked to them about it before, like that, but they were not letting me like do administrator actions still, basically, on my account. And so I had to get all up on them and like unleash the fury, because that'll do it. I hate having to do that, but sometimes that's what it comes to, where I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me, bitch? Like, you know, sometimes that's what you have to do, sadly, because people will not fucking listen unless you do. Not a fan of it, but I'll do it if I absolutely have to, and people just are unwilling to listen about my shit, and just, what choice do I have at that point? None. Old copper wiring in my house, so I decided to reroute the local junction box straight to your PC. And result was me having the fastest internet in the whole neighborhood. That sounds pretty sweet. 4 to 5 years sounds exciting. Not 5 years. 4 years would be like the absolute max. Definitely not 5. It's gonna be minor after 2. You will get some, but in general, you're like, if you're talking about like boob growth and stuff, most of it's gonna be in the first 6 months. A little bit more at a year. After that, it's gonna be a minor. But, and that, I'd say that's also to go with face. But after that, you will get some other changes elsewhere over time. Hair growth reduction, which I had all my hair laser hair removal, so I didn't notice any of that, but I have heard that. And some stuff in, like, you know, hips, thighs, ass, that sort of thing, you can notice and expect a bit more. Just don't set your expectations too high. Like, you have to accept, like, you have to be willing to accept yourself. Don't bank everything on HRT or things changing or whatnot, you know? I think it's really important to keep your expectations, like, in check. I've always, like, my philosophy has always been, like, expect the worst, hope for the best. You can hope for things, but, like, you should be prepared that nothing is gonna change. Like, really prepare yourself mentally for that, because in reality, that is, things are gonna be subtle. You're probably, even if they are changing, you're probably not gonna notice them, because they're gonna happen so slowly over time. So just try and keep that stuff down. You have the same problem with everything that your dead name. I know, it's fucking bitch. Took me so long to get, like, my internet is the only thing at this point that has not been, like, changed. I mean, I have changed it, but they won't let me, like, fully change it. Everything else has been changed. They're, like, the only ones still fucking dead naming me, you know, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm his husband, or his wife, whatever, you know, like, that's my husband, because it's just easier than trying to explain it to them. And it's really annoying when they still insist, like, oh, we need to speak to him directly. Still, it's like, oh my god. Ugh. So fucking annoying. They make it so difficult so often. You done facial laser treatment? That hurt a lot. Laser? Oh shit, dude. If you think laser hurts a lot, like, laser's nothing. Wait till you get electrolysis. That's the real shit. If you actually want to, you can't be like facially hairless unless you get electrolysis. And that shit is fucking brutal. You don't feel anything compared to that, like laser. God, yeah, I'd already had electrolysis by the first time I had laser, and it was just nothing. It was like a spa treatment, you know. It was like a vacation compared to electrolysis. But you gotta do it. You gotta suck it up and do it. Sucks horribly, but if you want no facial hair, that is your only option. Where I am in the South, you have to post your dead name with your name and your address in local papers every day for a month. That is everywhere in the U.S. I had to do that as well. I'm in one of the most, arguably, maybe even the most conservative state in the U.S. that definitely has some of the most transphobic, anti-trans laws in the nation. And oh yes, believe me, I had to post my. That is even places that aren't trans. That is like a very widespread thing in the U.S. still, where you have to post your name in the newspaper for a month. And I had to go in front of a judge, in front of a lot of people, too. And the newspaper had announced the court dates for anyone who wanted to protest, you know, and I had to go in front of the judge and state my reasons for wanting to change my name in front of a large court of people. That's what they make you do. Go in front of everyone in a court and a judge. Say that you're trans and that's why you're changing your name. I definitely had to do that. It's like super, super fucking large barrier and, you know, humiliating too and everything. Just, it's an awful experience. But they make you go through that. Even though if you just get married, you can change your name. You don't have to do anything. Show the document, whatever. Name change, no problem. But if you're trans, you gotta go through this, pay a bunch of money, run your ad in a newspaper, go in front of a court and a judge, like tons of paperwork, all this shit. If you want to change your name. Definitely had to do that myself. It's awful. It's a horrible process that they make us go through. Electra is so fucking painful. Upper lip is a murderer. Yes, it is. Upper lip. Oh my god. Hate it. Good luck, Yuffie, I guess. I mean, if you can get away with just laser, sure, but they're gonna come back too, and all that. Well, you'll see, I guess. You're gonna have to get laser, or get electrolysis, but you can get away with it, I guess. Awesome. all you had to do was click a button online, pay 40 euros, and name change. Oh my god. I wish it was like that. It's a fucking nightmare for trans people here. You have to go. It took me like over 6 months of work and paperwork and it's a huge process. So many forms go in, out, like judges, money, different companies running the ads. Like, it's a fucking nightmare. Hi there. Oh, Prime. You never caught me on here before, Prime? Damn, dude. Yeah, no, I've seen you going crazy in my my Valheim server, right? Alexander told me that. And I saw you online a bunch. He's built a bunch in there as well. So, yeah. How much, do you mind if I ask where you started with getting the stuff sorted for that? Stuff sorted for what? If you're talking about my name change, I mean, I started with like reading the name change legal process for my state. Because it's different in every state. I Googled it and read everything over and over again to make sure I understood it perfectly before proceeding, because it's a whole long bullshit process and you gotta get everything right. So yeah, that's where I started. Google. How much money was everything? Like, for me, several $100,000. I didn't have to pay it all, thankfully, or I mean, honestly, if it wasn't covered, I would have probably just killed myself. The only reason I didn't really is because Obamacare and whatnot started covering some things and gave me hope to have any sort of future, like anything. And so I still paid, like, I don't even know how much money, and because even with insurance covering things and all that, I mean, it doesn't cover name change. There's a lot of things it doesn't cover, and even with like surgeries and that, you still have to pay for like travel, caretaker, hotel, food, like their time off work, like thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. It's not even counting like all the clothes you have to buy, like so much, like well over like 15 or 20K, even with insurance covering everything, you know. There's a lot there. What? At least they have it so kids under 18 can only make those decisions. Being trans on their own, that's fucked up. Kids should absolutely be able to make those decisions. I I knew beyond any doubt that I was trans at 13. And I tried at 14, and things went horribly wrong for me. For those of you who don't know the story, like I knew beyond any doubt that I was trans at 13, and I tried to come out, finally worked up the courage to come out to my parents at 14 with my mom first, because I really wanted to go on hormones, because I realized how absolutely important it was to do that early for any chance of a normal life, and their reaction was to send me away to an inpatient facility in Utah, where it basically just fucked me up incredibly bad, and I never spoke about it again until, they still knew. My mom would still, leave me girls' clothes and stuff under my bed. They fucking knew. I was still trying, it doesn't go away. It's not something that goes away. And so, I just waited until college and my first serious girlfriend so I could finally tell someone again. And they thankfully accepted me. Because if they hadn't, I definitely just would have killed myself at that point. And that's how it goes. People really try and act like kids are fucking stupid, and it's a shame. Because kids aren't stupid. Maybe some are, but most aren't, If you're... I certainly wasn't, and I should have been listened to. And in general, I don't think people give kids enough credit because it's fucking awful. Being trans, what kid is gonna say they're trans? Or come out with that sort of exclamation, because all you want as a kid is to fit in, Do you really not remember being a kid? All you want is friends and to fit in and all that stuff. The last thing you want to do is to outcast yourself. That is not what any kid wants. So, if any kid is saying they're trans, you should definitely be listening to it. Let me see. Let me go up here. Miss them. Ooh, let's go here. Trans kids know themselves, plus trans people who get to transition before going through the wrong puberty are the happiest. That is absolutely right, Tasha. I know. I could not afford hormones throughout college because insurance did not cover them, and it was, it was like $250 for me, and I could not afford that. As a college student, barely could afford anything. Barely could afford food, let alone, coming up with $250 extra, Oh, yeah, it's rough. Shit, I'm trying to... So I didn't come out to mine until I was 24. In a way, you're nearly at college, and I caught word of them talking about doing that because they saw my internet history. And I became a really good actor. I was 13. What are the statistics to back that up? Just curious, because the number point to depression and suicide attempts, as they've said they would have done if they could not transition. I'm not sure what numbers you talk about. The commonly quoted number is 40 or 41% of trans people attempt suicide, I think, at some point in their lives. I've never attempted. But I've certainly considered it. Not in like an, oh, I'm so sad sort of way ever either. Just from a purely logical standpoint where I was like, well, I should probably just kill myself, right? Not like, oh, I can't handle this. It's like, well, things, you know, bad roll the dice for me. Time to just cut my losses, right? That's sort of the way I always looked at it and was prone towards. I had to deal with myself too to kill myself. I made this deal with myself when I was like 18. If I hadn't finished transition by a certain age, I was just gonna kill myself. That was always the plan. You know, regardless of how other things were. So I take deals with myself very seriously. And so thankfully I did make it through though. And it was a large motivator for me. So I was like, well, at this point I'm either gonna kill myself or I can just make it through this. And so I was like, alright, I guess I'll try to make it through this. Might as well, right? That's really what it came down to though. You lost so much time, you also felt that way because of the soul-crushing weight of what has to happen. And you have no options in a lot of ways. It feels so, it's not extreme and trans kids know best. All fear and social pressure, and that's the reason the depression spikes. Transitioning saves lives. I definitely agree with that. Why the studies about trans people being unhappy after surgery were completely cherry-picked and misrepresented. That is absolutely true. I've looked at those. They are ridiculous. Those are mostly really fucking stupid people who are super easily manipulated by others. And if you actually read them, their stories are almost always just ridiculous. They're just like, oh, I'm gay and I'm a coward. I'm gay and I was a coward to actually come out as gay. And I saw these people who got to live lives as a straight person, you know, because they transitioned. And I thought, why not do that too? And so basically they're fucking dipshits. Because that's all it really comes down to. And really what is to blame there is just homophobia in general and religion and all that stuff, because if it wasn't for that, they wouldn't have felt that pressure to do so in the first place. That urge or whatever, because if you're trans, you know it, and all those people who do that and detransition, they're just idiots who are too cowardly to just come out as gay. And somehow in their warped, twisted little minds, it seemed easier to them to transition than it did to just come out as gay. They're like, well, I could live a normal straight life. You know, like I'm too cowardly to be an openly gay person. So if I transition and I pass well, then if I do it early, you know, like I could be a regular person. That's how they see it. And that is just stupid. Just stupid. Thinking that's why they detransition. That's where almost all of the cases come from. Stupid, easily manipulated people who are cowards. Just saying. Thank you. Epolite. Over 70% of trans people have at one point self-harmed. That info is well documented, yes. Yeah. Hey there. That's what I've said. 2 and 26 is what I wanted. 28 the most. Couldn't see past them. I couldn't see past 26 and still can't. Some things are taken care of, I feel. Glad you are bringing up to other trans people being strange. Anyway, just came by to say welcome back. Thanks, Zeepo. I appreciate it. Hi there, Saucer. Thanks. You started your process at well beyond 30 and still quite happy. Before anyone asks, I'm 21. Okay. Absolutely, we're cherry picked, yes. And yep, exactly what I read. I would never view things the way, and 100% for everyone I know that knows never regret. Are there trans women that are exclusively attracted to women? Absolutely, there are. Gender identity and, attraction are not related beyond slightly, but yeah, a large percentage of trans women actually are attracted to women. Something like 50%, I think, of trans women are exclusively attracted to women. So it's very, very high, actually. And that's because sexuality and gender identity are not really tied together beyond hormones. Hormones obviously influence you to hormones are powerful drugs, and they will influence you to a large degree, but they're not like end all be all, I guess. There's a lot of factors going on there. It's a hard thing to explain. No one has a really good explanation for all this shit. In general, how gender identity totally works, how sexuality totally works. It's all a bit of a, fucking question mark still. But what we do know is it's complicated. Wait, the article referring to is before transition? Yeah. Because after transition, after transition, people aren't gonna have the urge to self-harm, obviously. I'm 21 for over a decade now, female privilege, yeah, that is. The McGregor fight, I was so looking forward to it, but disappointed. You're purely attracted to women. Trans woman here. Yeah, no, that is not uncommon. I wasn't sure that I could date males until recently. Until I'd actually tried it, until I'd been on full hormones and everything for a while, and then surgery being post-op kind of pushed it further that way, but it was definitely something that I was far from sure on. I thought I was only attracted to females, even though I had always gotten along with males better and all that stuff. It took hormones and some time and trial and error, basically, for me to realize the things that I had been missing and where my attractions and all that really did lie. Because I'm certainly, I'll never stop being attracted to females, you know? Like, hardcore sexually and whatnot. I have that, like, just sexual drive towards females, but I have this, like, emotional drive towards males. In a lot of ways I have grown to. It's like I'd almost prefer just like having sex with a female but dating a guy. Like they both have their benefits in both, but in general I'm very, there's things I like about both. For sure. But I didn't realize that until much later in transition, until I was actually able to date as a female and pass. Like, I don't think you can really understand it unless you can 100% pass as a female, because it can change your feelings on that, you know? It really can. I never really expected it personally, but having done it and having actually tried it, it made me more aware and realize a lot of things about myself that I hadn't before.
We've been on the earth too long. Good God, please strike us
Let's
down.
see.
We used to roam around with friends together through the town, but that was
You've been married for 8 years now, non-monogamous relationship, so maybe you can just not think about it post-surgery. Still ages before that for me. I mean, yeah, I don't know there. Although there are some conflicting data, overwhelmingly it seems to have positive psychological effects in both adolescents and adults. Research tends to support that transition reduces symptoms of anxiety and depression, lowers perceived and social distress, and improves quality of life and self-esteem in both male to female and female to male transgender individuals. Yeah, sounds right, absolutely. Still got a date? No. Chop chop. Let's see. See if I got this here. There we go. Right there. Chop. Burp, burp. You're just dropping in to see how happy I'm, man. Thank you. I appreciate it.
8 years since I've been clean. I can't explain what it means or the hopeful effect that it has. It's time to close the book and burn it up for good.
I need to grab.
How it ends.
I need to grab one more drink. Be right back. Right back, guys.
hopeful
Look at
effect
this
that it
thing.
had. It's time to close the book and burn it up for
Danny.
good. This is how it ends, how it ends.
She's gonna come to him. Ooh. Okay. Say hi, buddy. Hi, guys. Hi, little Zinny. Zinny. Hi. Look at her. Looking at that? Yeah. See that? Yeah. Good girl. Good girl. What a good girl she is. Holy shit, you guys. The debate about why trans people have higher suicide rates. Okay, fair. You get both sides. You're just seeing trans youth is much more dangerous. People change their minds and find out they were. I mean, the fact that it's more dangerous in trans youths is all the more reason to let them transition, isn't it? Like, isn't that? I don't know. Maybe I missed something here. If a trans woman made a full transition, why do they call themselves trans instead of a woman? Well, that's because being trans never leaves part of your identity. Like, it is, I fully transitioned, and I don't have to tell anyone in my life if I choose to, but it's a huge part of my life. It has shaped who I am, and why should I have to be ashamed of that? Who says I need to be ashamed of that, you know? Something that has essentially just been the focal point of my entire life and shaped almost every single decision I've made. You know, like, why should I feel like I have to hide that from anyone? That's fucked up, isn't it? That I should have to hide something that has just dominated and controlled and shaped and everything my entire life. Why would I have to hide that? Why would anyone expect me to hide that? You know, like, it's a huge part of me. And to like hide that means I have to lie about everything in my life to people, and that's not really fun to just live your entire life based on lies to everyone. Look at other scholarly studies. And I agree, and that aspect of things for trans youth is absolutely more reason to let them transition. There are loads of facts and difference between things. Bullying and rejection can come with anything, that is true. Transition does come with bullying and rejection, yeah. I don't really call myself trans unless it's relevant the situation. I mean, I don't just tell everyone I'm trans, you know, in real life, like, immediately. Obviously, but in the case of my online discussion, obviously it needs to be said and stated because there's two choices to go there. There's like live in fear of being trans and people finding you out and exposing you and all those sorts of things, or just be open about it and willing to talk about it. And so obviously I'll go with the latter in that situation. So much trauma that can come with things too. I know girls who were nearly beaten to death just for coming out, and her family had literally bought dinner for the people beating her up. She had to write an apology letter to them for scaring. That sounds fucking horrible. That sounds horrible. Disgraceful. Roth IRA versus traditional IRA. Well, that just depends on your income. I would go with a Roth IRA. That's probably the choice for you unless you're older or you're making a lot of money. You'll want to go with the Roth IRA. What do I know though? I'm just a doctor. Family rejected you. There was a lot of depression there. There's a lot of loneliness, mostly because other people enforce that loneliness. And you see those things that play into it further and create a sense of isolation. Yeah. I certainly felt that way, like, when I tried to come out to my parents and being sent away to an inpatient facility, completely rejected. I mean, I was abused. My dad would not just physically abuse me, but especially when my mom wasn't around, he'd say things, you know, like, you want to cut your fucking dick off? You're no fucking son of mine, you piece of shit. Like, stuff like that. That is... how it went. And that stuff has stuck with me to this day, you know? Doesn't matter how much time has passed, that stuff is hard to shake when you're a kid. That sort of like hatred from your own parents, you know, it's just a hard thing to move past. You live through the kind of bullying and rejection trans people go through. You don't understand the higher suicide rates. There's heaps of studies that the bullying and rejection elevate suicide rates. Just look at the... It's absolutely true. Without a doubt. The suicide rates are obviously based around how people treat trans people and the shit that we have to go through from both parents and peers, because it's fucking awful. It's a nightmare. And like, anyone who's gone through it outside of like maybe a very, very few, like, gotta be rare though. Anyone who's gone through that unscathed basically doesn't happen. You know, you're gonna go through no matter what when you're trans. You're gonna go through a lot of fucking shit and rejection and hatred and all that stuff. And that's obviously where the suicide rates come from. Thanks, Ash and Ashland. Yep, no, my dad he's come around too. In the time that's passed, which is great. He has come around, you know? Progress. I don't expect the world, but you know, he's come a long ways from where he was when I was a kid. And the things he would say to me. That's all I can ask, I guess, is people at least try. I can accept that. But already have pinned high rates. 10 people will call you by your name and acceptance and bullying. Obviously, the accumulation of things. Bullying or rejection is not exclusive to just trans people. I don't even know what this guy is arguing here, but like, all right, let me. Holy shit. I'll say this. He is. Anyone who's actually fucking trans and has been through the level of shit that we have knows exactly why suicide rates are higher for trans people. And it's not fucking rocket surgery here. It's because it's a fucking nightmare on so many counts. It's terrifying. Like, it's horrible to have to hide things. It's like horrible to have to reveal them. It's horrible, everything all around. And that is it. You really don't need to fucking analyze it further than that. It's not fucking complicated. It really is not. It's fucking garbage to be trans, to be stuck with that, and that's why the suicide rates are higher. Like, it's not fucking complicated. Don't try and like excuse it or make it anything else rather than what it is. Sucks being trans, and there's a lot of people out there that'd rather just kill themselves than deal with it. I certainly have considered it. You know, Nana has nothing to do with depression or anxiety even really. It's just like, wow, this fucking sucks. Seems easier, you know, just to end it than deal with it. Don't try and make it into anything that it isn't. It's really that simple. Really is that simple. Thanks, Ashen. And yeah. So going from one thing to another, transphobia causes trans people suicide risk to go up. Trans acceptance causes it to normalize. It's not complicated. That is absolutely true, Tasha. Really, I mean, what it all boils down to is just how hard the world has made it. You know, that's why being trans sucks. If it wasn't, like, if the world wasn't the way it was with their feelings on it, it wouldn't be a problem. The horrible part of being trans is how people are gonna react, how people are gonna treat you. Like, all that is the fucking terrible bullshit part of being trans that you have to deal with constantly. If it wasn't for that, it would be fine. You know, what's the problem there? Why would I care? I would have got to go on hormones when I was young. I could have just lived a normal life. It wasn't for the way people view things. You know, it's not complicated. It really isn't. Anyone who's trans does know exactly why this happens. It's just, as I said earlier, you never pick and choose what place and time you face transphobia and being trans. Come at any time, any place, and any shit. It can. That's true. Hi, Michael. Thank you. For my pronouns, I'm she, her. Eventually, I'm expecting more repeated dribble that is the same thing heard everywhere every time. That eventually gets blocked out because guess what? There's nothing more you can say. Yep. In my trans evaluation process, I was asked if I lived in a world with no concept of gender / gender roles, would I still have dysphoria? That is a horrible question. Holy shit. If any licensed person asked you that question, wow. Holy shit. That is just so fucking stupid. I can't even believe it. Because, obviously no one would have that. It's like asking, oh, you were born a lizard, and you live your life as a lizard. Would you wish you were a female? Like, it's just so fucking absurd. It makes no sense whatsoever. It's like, just stupid. That person, they shouldn't just be fired. They should be executed. That therapist, fucking kill them. They don't even deserve to live. That person, fucking retarded. Sorry, I guess I used that word. I can't. It is, though. It's so stupid that person, they just are literally, by definition, it's hard for me to comprehend that they don't have an IQ below 70, because that's just stupid. Your evaluation was terrible too. So much doubt and just, oh god, wow. You got some stuff like that before your diagnosis. I mean, I had people, everyone tried to convince me that it was just depression, you know? That was what happened for me a lot, you know? You're not trans, just depressed. It's not possible that I could be depressed because I'm fucking trans, like, and hate my life because I'm trans. No. You're depressed for some unknown reason. That's why you think you're trans.
I wish I could walk away. Wish I didn't have to see your face again. I wish I could.
Your evaluation was terrible. So much doubt and just, oh God, wow. Also got some stuff like that before my diagnosis, yeah.
I wish I could, but I can't.
The whole process here is horrible. We have to prove to a team of doctors that we are trans before we get treatment. The process takes 9 months to attorney. The question is mandatory. That is,
If only I could go back.
so much wrong with that. It just, God, it's just so fucked everywhere. Really trying to be a contrarian because you can. When loads of evidence has been provided, even historically, as I did, you ignore it willingly. Attributes to ignorance. It's true. That is true. Being depressed makes you fail the evaluation. Oh God, don't even get on me about that. If you like. Shit. Cause I have ADHD, and it took me years and years and years to get that treated, because no matter what, when I'm going in, everyone, no matter what I say, like, they always assume I'm depressed or anxiety or whatever because I'm trans. Doesn't matter any of the other stuff. Like, it's gotta be that every issue is because I'm trans. You know, there can't possibly be anything else going on, so I could not get treated for that for fucking ever. No matter how hard I tried. It's always because I'm trans. That's the root of all my issues. There can't possibly be anything else going on, even though comorbidity is a very common thing. Well known, anyone who has fucking taken any sort of psychology class should know that. And but yeah, that's just how it goes, right? There's a lot of shit you have to deal with. He just loves putting focus on small examples to blow into the sole source without research. That is very true, that they, especially, I can't speak to other places, I guess, totally, but I can tell you in the US, they love taking isolated cases and making pseudoscience out of them, pretending like, oh, we've got this study that it doesn't matter that it was from 15 years ago and disproven time and time and time again as an invalid study. We're gonna take that as evidence, post it in a fucking article, and we're gonna write about it over and over and over and over again. People over and many different people talking about the same fucking faulty article that was disproven. They're like, hey, this is what it is, and it's just that's how it will go. I mean, I can't speak to other places, but oh my god, does that happen in the US over and over and over again? People using one bullshit study that was proven incorrect to push, or like just one anecdotal example. They'll do that too. It's like, oh, we've got one example of this. You know, there's 100,000 trans people that were happy after the transition, but we found the one who wasn't. We're gonna take them, we're just gonna put them on a podium. You know, it's like black Republicans or Blair White, the one trans Republican, you know. They take those people, they put them on a fucking pedestal. Even though those people are just doing it because they want attention. I can't even follow them that much, you know. It's like that bitch just wants to get noticed, I guess, you know. She's doing it, right? She's getting noticed. She's a dipshit. The shit she's saying is fucking awful, and like she's supporting stuff that directly hurts trans people, but hey, Republicans are happy to take that. They're like, hey, we got a trans person. She's like, hey, I'm getting a lot of views. I'm getting a lot of attention because of this, so you know, that's all it is. What it boils down to right there. So you're saying blah blah blah. And yes, fuck Blair White. Internalized transphobia, and she gets constantly put down by the people who supposedly respect her. Yeah, no. They respect her well, like mildly. Even in the interviews, like calling her like, oh wow, you're not a woman, but hey, you look better than most women, you know. It's like just she can pull it off because she's attractive, and it's just, I mean, it's all obviously ridiculous. I'm not gonna say she's horrible though or anything for like cashing in on what she wants to cash in on as a trans person, but selling out that hard, that has to wear down on your soul a bit there, right? They're selling out, and then there's like fucking Blair White selling out, you know? It's like if any of you guys have ever seen Django, you know? It's like Samuel Jackson's character in Django, you know? There's selling out, and then there's that fucking guy, you know? That's a different level. I mean, you guys are all talking about this guy, but what is going on here even? Just going back and forth with no actual discussion. If you guys want to discuss it, go ahead. But don't go back and forth about like who's right or who's wrong. State opinions, at least. Something of substance here. You don't see yourself as dog piling just because things are weird. What's going on? The fuck? I don't know. Like in general with other things in society, not everyone saw it. Well, I've seen you. I feel like you've just been sort of crying wolf on your, oh, I'm so attacked. I'm just a poor conservative who's been attacked in a liberal channel, and I haven't seen any actual arguments towards anything. It's just been this nonsense. So, you know, if you wanna make any actual points that aren't about you being attacked or people criticizing your views or being, you know, oh, boo-hoo, people don't agree with me, then go for it. But don't just keep going to that stuff. Go make an actual point if you have one to make. If not, I guess, you know, we can just say get the fuck out, right? Not meaning to contribute to anything inflammatory. I agree with more substantial discussion. Yep. No, I just, you know, if he doesn't, look, I will, look, this is right here. Chew corn and me balls. Choke on my balls. If you can either give actual arguments right now. This is it. Something that isn't just a back and forth. You trying to get attention. Being a little her bitch. If you wanna do that, fine. You can say otherwise. Just banned right now and I will end it. That's it. Those are the choices. So there you go. That's it. Not complicated. Okay. Sorry, guys. My internet wants to fuck me. On top of everything else, apparently. Just how it goes. Thanks, Yuffie. I appreciate that. Yep. I'm just... Oh my gosh. Yeah, no. Right now. My life's just a little bit complicated, right? Shit. Don't think it's necessarily correct, because on both sides you can find research that favors either. Common ground was that in trans youth suicide rate is higher. Introversion on the power. Well, in that regard, if the trans youth suicide rate is higher, that all the more reason to give them the choice. Because it's not like it's hard to undo hormones, you know? but it's pretty hard to undo suicide. So if you're choosing between those, hormones or suicide, shouldn't you take hormones? Like, I'm just humoring you. And that even if it's wrong, isn't one choice better than the other? Because it's not like hormones are gonna fuck you up or ruin the rest of your life. The impact is rather minor, you know. It can prevent and be all the difference between someone having a normal life, but it's not gonna fuck up your life even if you did, which is a ridiculous thing to think any kid is gonna go back. But even if they did, it's going to have a very minor impact on their life. So it's like this. It's like you're gambling like 100 to 1 odds on someone who's going to get 100 to 1 returns. It's like you're gambling one coin against something that is 99% true, and you get 100 coins in return against, you know, something where you the opposite of that. Like, it's absurd. It is obviously absurd. You bank on the kids. In almost every case, they'll be correct. And in every case, the potentially bad results, you know, them realizing, oh, they're not trans or whatever, are super fucking minor compared to everything else. Like, there's no comparison. And that is the problem. You use, like, isolated cases. Small, isolated cases. Be like, oh, this one kid did it this one time. That's how it is. Look at Trump and the election. Like, they looked hard as fuck. They found, like, what? Like, 4 or 5 cases, like, of people, of the millions of people in the U.S. of cases of voter fraud. And they use those to be like, oh, it's widespread, it's everywhere, like, it's all a fraud, it's all, like, that is how it works. Do you really not get this? Can you really not see that that's how the media works? It's so fucking obvious if you bother to look. Like, it's so obvious and clear if you bother to look at any kind of actual stats. So fucking obvious. But, you know, you're either willing to look at that or you aren't. That's what it comes down to, because it's exactly the same thing. It is no different, the shit Trump was trying to pull, than the shit they're trying to pull with trans people. It's the exact same. They're trying to take isolated cases. They're trying to make them seem like they're bigger and more pronounced than they are. And that's not actually the case. It's really that simple. Like, it's something, for one, like, the hormones, if you're trans, like puberty blockers, for example, that is, it doesn't cause any long-term effects whatsoever. You can still go through, like, are you still against that? Like, how are you going to rectify that with anyone? Because you go on puberty blockers, you can still go through totally normal puberty, will not affect you at all. as a kid if you just take the puberty blockers. So how can you possibly rectify, like, denying that to kids? It's just a pause button. You're like trying to deny. That's like the bare minimum we could offer. A pause button. If you're really trying to deny kids, a pause button. 2, if you want to say kids are stupid. I don't respect kids at all. They're all dipshits. They can't possibly know what they want. You know? Fine. You're really going to deny them a pause button to figure it out? You really are going to say that's wrong? They can't pause it. We're going to decide it for them. We're going to tell them they can't pause it. Please. Can't fucking do that. That's garbage. No matter what you argue, at the very least, they deserve that pause button. No matter what. You can ban him. Obviously. I can do it too. No, not that. You did the wrong person. That was not that. Unbanned. That was the opposite of what I was saying. You know, I undid that. I was saying everyone else basically I was talking around. But I mean, they are the ones that can you know what? Fuck it. There we go. I'll just do it. Fuck those bitches. I don't give a fuck. Fuck off. But yeah, I removed bunnies, and I just moved it. And the other people, because fuck them. That was, it's a shame that your channel got banned because of phobia. I don't think that it's right. They restored it without an apology. Shame on Twitch. I agree, but hey, what can you do, you know? There's only so much you can expect. I'm still shadow banned by Twitch. Because I've discussed earlier, still banned, just not completely banned. They're just making it so no one new can discover my stream. Very few new people can discover my stream, I should say. Not no one, but they're drastically limiting it. Do you think it's a punishment? I mean, I hope it's a punishment, Like, if it's that, I'm fine. I'm more than happy to accept that, like, just because that's just my whole life, right? I'm more than happy to accept being punished because I'm trans. That's my life. That's fine. If it's permanent, though, if it's permanent, I'm not okay with that. And I'm gonna fucking rage. So, yeah. I'm waiting, I guess. Sucks. I have no choice. I'm ready to fucking rage because I don't think I should have. I never have for any of my other bands. No one else has for their bands, to my knowledge. Like, any sort of additional penalties, you know, shadow bans and whatnot, but I obviously do. And I'm ready to fucking go off on that shit. Trans people are concerned about the same things transphobes are. Kids going through the wrong puberty, puberty blockers, giving gender questioning kids. Yeah. I think that's fine. I don't know what the rest is on that, but like, probably the discussion just needs to end, right? Not no point to it. There's a point where you just have to say, alright. Person has no hope, right? Every child be put on puberty blockers until they're old enough to decide. I'm all for that. Every child has to be on puberty blockers until they're 18. You know? You can't decide what gender you are till you're 18 by the argument of some people, you know? Magical age of 18 when you're an adult, so every kid needs to be on that. Right? No one can go through puberty. Can't have sex. They can't do any of that. It's perfect for all you fucking Christians out there. You know, they can't be having sex. I've gone through puberty. No one has. Till they're 18. Perfect. Right? You were part of the team that originally moderated Justin TV. You banned channels even back in 2008-ish. Policy-based discrimination was a concern of mine. It's a shame that this sort of thing hasn't been addressed internally. over 10 years later. Is that really true? Cypher Wars? That's very cool. Because I watched Justin. I mean, like, I'm as old school as they come. I was watching Justin TV when I was a kid, back when it was like fucking football streams and, you know, pirated movies or whatever, you know. I was watching it way back then. If you look at my account, it's created for Twitch in 2011. Like, I've been around as long as it comes. And yeah. Doesn't surprise me though that none of that has been addressed still. Why would I expect it to? Parents obviously don't know best. Parents can be fucking dipshits. They fucked me over. That's for sure. My life would have been a lot easier. How is giving a child power over a parent consent in one particular situation a slippery slope? Okay, so is it a slippery slope if a child can protest about being raped every night? If a child comes out and says, "Oh hey, my dad fucking rapes me in the ass every single night," is that a slippery slope? Giving a child that power of consent over their parent, is that a slippery slope? You know, it's either one or the other. You know, either they have absolutely no power and that they're at the whims of every single thing their parent declares and does, or they have some rights and they are an actual human being who has feelings. It's one or the other. You can't just cherry pick and say it's just one thing. It's you can pick one or the other. They either are an actual human being with feelings and thoughts, or they're garbage that can just be raped and done whatever you want to do with them. Those are the choices. In this scenario, you know, you have to, that is how it goes. Yep. Banned. Just because it isn't a crime that someone is, like, berated, beaten, told that I'm a horrible human being, all those things that I was as a child, just because that's not directly a crime, doesn't mean that that should be allowed. Doesn't mean that that's okay. Doesn't mean that makes them a good parent for telling me I was horrible and no son of theirs, you know, like just a piece of shit. Everything like that doesn't excuse it because it's not directly a crime. That's ridiculous. It's about a child's personal health and well-being, and I can tell you from experience, being told those sort of things, they don't do that great. They don't sit that well with the kid. The fact that there's not a ton that I can recall in great detail from my childhood, but I can absolutely remember all those scenarios. That should probably tell you something about the sort of effect that those things have on a kid's psyche. It's nothing new. They tried to find a gay gene 93 in hopes to detect if babies were LGBT so they can abort them for a term. Same tactics, just a different flavor, yeah. Should be a crime to force a trans child to go through a puberty they don't want to go through. I agree, Natasha. Shit's fucked up. Fuck. I never wanted to go through that, and like, if you want to make an argument against anyone, it should be against that. Because even if you want to say, okay, they can't go on hormones, at that age, that's too big of a decision. Disagree with it, but fine. If you want to say they can't go on blockers, which change absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Long term, does not change anything. If you want to say they can't do that, they can't hit the pause button, you're a fucking garbage piece of shit. Plain and simple, you're a horrible human being. You deserve to die. Just saying. Not gonna hold back. Like, if you really want to say someone can't fucking hit pause on their life, their entire future, you're fucking garbage. Thank you, Ashlyn. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Oop. There we go. Ashlyn. Oh my gosh. Why did that go? There. Did I just lag? Without experiencing gender dysphoria, you can't possibly know the pain you're putting trans people through by denying trans kids access to trans healthcare. So true, Jaja. There's so many people out there who just have no fucking clue. And they want to pretend like they have any idea the amount of harm that this shit does to kids and how fucking hard it is and everything, and like, it's pathetic. I don't have better words for it than that. It's just disgraceful. It's it's hard for me to not just call them garbage human beings because you have no fucking clue what it's like. And if you had any clue, the shit you were saying, you'd probably just kill yourself on the spot, because if you had any sort of actual empathy and understanding, you would not be able to live with yourself with the shit that you were saying. That's how it is. I can't really explain it any more succinctly than that. Like, wake the fuck up.
We could live by the ocean, I don't care. If you like, I'll follow you anywhere. I'll be there, I'll be there. I just feel we could live by the ocean, I don't care. If you like, I'll follow you anywhere.
Proud gay veteran? What does that have to do with anything? You think that you think being a gay veteran somehow gives you, you know, say over trans people? All right, I'm just gonna go. Oh, you're black too. All right, I'm just gonna go talk about race issues all night and talk about black people and all that. Like, give all my opinions on black people. Like, are you fucking kidding me? You think something that is not at all related towards being trans somehow gives you an opinion on it? No. Ashlyn, thank you. I appreciate that. Had to for this. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. It's awesome. Wasn't until a couple girls I knew transitioned that I realized there's normal trans girls like me, not just the porn star or 50-year-old cross-dresser archetypes. That is true. They, for so long, like until recently, it's been very recent that shows and TV and that stuff have started portraying trans people in more accurate lights, because you know what it was like up until fairly recently, they took like super obvious like bad looking trans people as their trans examples, or they took cis females who were gorgeous as their trans example. Those were like the two things that like TV used up until recently. It was like either just gorgeous cis women portraying trans females, or it was like very, very obvious ones portraying them. So yeah, it's gotten better though. Has gotten better. Thankfully, it's changing, but you know, there's still all that time and damage done that needs to be rectified with people's opinions and whatnot of everything. Until 1999, it was illegal to portray LGBT people in positive light or teach about them in school. Yeah, no, it's there's so much that's fucked. Let's be real, goes well beyond that. There's just so much that's been fucked over the years. What's the cost for the change? Hundreds of thousands of dollars. If you're talking about like what I paid versus insurance and all that, but I mean hundreds of thousands of dollars. That a lot of that has to do with the fucked up health care system in the US though, and how they will exploit things. I mean, just for my initial surgery alone, the cost, I got a bill for over $70,000 just from the initial surgery. That was like a reduced bill. That was what I had to pay. With $70,000 is what they asked for. That's how fucked it is. Just to give you an idea, because it certainly doesn't actually cost that much, but the healthcare system is so absolutely insane and fucked in the United States that is what they were able to legally send me a bill for. Over $70,000, despite having insurance and all that, and having their career, like all those things. Still, we're able to send that. Just a small taste of what goes on here and the level of bullshit and ridiculousness. Just have no doubt, it is fucking absurd. The shit that goes on. Oh yeah. So let's. Oh my god. I do have a fucking. Alright. God damn. Oh my gosh. No, wait. Penny is online. Here we go. Penny's online. I'm embarrassed by my amount of viewers. I've never had this low of amount of viewers my entire time of doing this. But this is what it's come to. This is my reality, right? Why can I not fucking click? Jared. Yeah, no, I'm raiding. I'm about ready to raid on Penny. But holy shit, I can't even fucking. What is going on here? Jared, 770, thank you. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh my gosh. Can I really not fucking do this? Wait. Did I do this? Did I do this? Alright. Here we go, guys. Let's do this. It says they have subscriber or follower only chat. No, it doesn't matter. Just follower. It'll be alright. Right? Let's do this, guys. Let's give her a nice one, right? Hi guys. Let's do this. Let's do it.